Judge Joe Brown, happy to have you on the platform, my man.
Well, the judge is in the house. All right, go for it.
Yes, indeed. Happy to have you, my man. I mean, my followers, man, been begging me, to have you on the platform. So, hey, finally made it happen, man.
All right, are we R-rated, general audiences, X-rated, or what?
Oh, go for it, man. Be you, man. Go for it.
All right.
So the first thing I want to ask you, right, is about Sonia Massi. How you feel about that incident? You seen the video?
I've seen several of the videos. From the videos, of course, with the preamble of you're innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, there doesn't seem to be anything defensible in that. His body language is very circumspect rather. He seems to be somebody who is possessed of a lot of fear, and he also seems to be somebody who's been craving the opportunity to shoot someone. It's been my experience doing what I do that killing somebody for the first time is real hard for most people, but it gets easier, and for some people it gets way too easy. Some people crave killing somebody so badly, it's just a lust almost, that they will seize any opportunity to do so, even if it's without any legitimate excuse. He asked her to take the water off of the stove. She takes it off. What she says is a biblical reference, but it's no threat to him. It's what old folk in the country used to say when they wanted water to stop boiling. The inference was that the devil was in it, and that made it boil. It was almost just a common saying. So he didn't get that, but he put himself in a real trick bag. They've got a good second-degree murder case there. They charged him with murder one. I don't know if that'll stick. You have to have a calculation involved when you have a murder one, but they charge jury saying the intent can be formed in an instant, the premeditation, the thinking about doing it, the rational and logical analysis. Second-degree murder is differentiated from first-degree murder because second-degree is classically defined as a crime of passion. A homicide induced by passion that was homicide reduced in the heat, committed in the heat of passion, induced by provocation sufficient to cause the defendant to act in an irrational fashion. Manslaughter is when the provocation is sufficient to cause an ordinary person to act in an irrational manner. So, I don't know, first-degree murder used to be defined as wanton and premeditated murder with malice aforethought. Now a lot of places have something similar to intentional and deliberate murder. In other words, you intend to commit the homicide, you're deliberate about it because you calculated to put your mind, I'm going to kill this person. It's not something that just arises spontaneously, though the amount of time it takes to come up with that calculated intent can be formed in an instant, they tell the juries, and with the instructions. By the way, that's the long part of the law thing that they never, ever in a movie or TV program get into. I presided over many cases involving one form or another homicide. I think I tried as a defense lawyer 42 first-degree murder cases where they demanded the death penalty. None of my clients are on death row. But the deal is that the hard part for the judge is writing up the charges, because you have to read these charges to the jury, and to read the charges on a typical first-degree murder case is 6 to 8 hours worth of work to read them. So you never get that in a movie or a TV show. The judge is reading for 6 hours, and he has to reduce all that to writing, so the written item that he's reading from is in a jacket that the jury can refer to. Those are important because there's this thing in the law which has various ways of saying it. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are the judges of the law and the fact under the guidance of the court, and the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. Now, if the judge charges the jury with the law wrong, case is going to be overturned on appeal because it is what it is, no matter how long it takes to bring that up. And I've seen that recently because a lot of the judges and the lawyers are relatively inexperienced in the practice of law. You get referred to a medical doctor by another one, and you walk into his office and you might see all the degrees on his wall, but then you find out he's never been an intern or a resident. You say, wait a minute, wait, you learned all this out of books? You've never had hands-on training? Well, you know, you see a senior member of a law firm, it used to be he had hundreds of trials. You saw somebody that had been in the prosecutor's office, they had hundreds of trials, and they worked their way up. Same thing with being in the public defender's office. You see people now who are senior partners of a law firm. They've been out of law school not 15, 20, 25 years. They've been out 7 or 8, and they've had exactly 0 trials. You see people who have the slick ads, and they walk in with a lot of clients, and the judge knows that they have never tried a case. You've got people with reps on the national level for being civil rights lawyers. They settle a lot of cases, but they've never tried one. So basically they're rookies and get low settlements, but nobody realizes it. You have judges, even on appellate courts, who have absolutely no experience. I'm thinking of one, and this started a while ago. The judge, the justice, is a female. She graduated from law school, just turned 30, which is the minimum for being a judge in a lot of states when you're a trial judge and you have jury trials. She graduated from law school, passed the bar. 4 days after she passed the bar, she was sworn in as a judge of a circuit court with unlimited jurisdiction, and in 14 months, some president appointed her as a federal court judge. So the biggest rookie in the courtroom that had never had a case, never had a client, was the judge over this particular division of federal court, and now this person is sitting on a court of appeals for the federal system. So that's just one example I'm personally aware of. You have a lot of situations where the practitioners of the profession are rookies, and they don't know what they're doing. That even extends to an extent to the U.S. Supreme Court, where I'm somewhat disturbed at the lack of practical experience being displayed as it is on the U.S. Supreme Court. So many have just a little experience. But it is what it is, and I guess that's the way politics are being played now, because a lot of what you get is ideologically determined rather than competence in doing what you do.
So from your point of view, right, do you believe it's murder?
Yeah, it looks like a straight-up homicide case. I don't see any defense in it. But, you know, you're presumed innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and I don't know what the rest of the case is. See, look. Here's another problem with that. Lack of experience in a different kind of way. Oh my God, we have to protect the children from the bullies, the police and the teachers and the parents. It's our duty to protect them. They never learn how to deal with it. A lot of them become cops because they want to test themselves and they've never had a fight. So they get ramped up and they don't know how to deal with it. Used to be by the time you got 25 years old, you'd had 8, 9, 10, 15, 20 fights growing up on the playground or on the neighborhood. And it was no big deal. You kind of knew how to handle yourself, what to expect. Now these guys are adrenaline flowing because they don't know what time it is because they've never had a fight. That includes cops. So you get people out there that may be mentally ill, and that's a growing thing, and they don't know how to handle it. They take it as a challenge. And driving around here in Memphis, I've had to stop 2 or 3 times. Hey, wait a minute. And everybody, the person, the police has stopped, and the cops, they know me. And I said, wait, back off. Your body language is like you getting ready to jack each other up. Are you ready to go there? And they don't even realize what kind of body language message they're going, like, I'm going to whip your behind, I'm taking you out. Like, okay. And do you realize what you're saying to each other? Back off a bit, unwind. And then see, you get this thing too, coming out of the military. It's different than it was. I think the actual combat experience of an infantryman or Marine in World War II in the Pacific was 19 days in hot combat, 36 in Europe. Nowadays, you've got a lot of people going back Gulf War I, and that's 30-some years ago. You have people who did a year in country, particularly since 2001, and they've been shot at. They've got IEDs, not for the 36 days, not for the 19, but a whole year. The other thing is in previous wars, the way things were done is the artillery did most of the casualty rendering. Somebody fired over there into the trees and the bushes and nobody saw anything. Nowadays, they have the optical sights and they put the red dot on somebody, squeeze the trigger and watch them drop. And then you've got even worse, what happens when they become accustomed to the idea they know they took somebody out because they saw it, rather than you shoot over there and when you find 5 or 6 bodies in the bushes and you don't know who shot them. The other thing is that's compounded by the ones that weren't in combat units but were in service units, and they wanted some of the action, so they lust to get a trophy on their den wall. And you've got a lot of police with that kind of thing. You've got a lot of women in this thing, and you expect the women to be badass like the guys, but they've never been in a fight, and that's not even the way they think. So they have to put themselves in the mindset, and it's not a pretty picture when you get through with what shakes out. Now, some women have a knack. Some female cops, I know, they can get in a scene and diffuse the situation because they do that lady thing or that woman thing, and everybody calms down. It used to be, hey, man, watch your language, guys. Mama just walked in the room. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean any harm. And they play that, and it tones things down. But then you have the girl reel of the day, and they go out there, and they're worse than some of the guys. So it's a whole lot wrong with what's happening now, and you get a lot of tension built up, and we've had 50 years of glorification of dysfunction. The thug, the pimp, the hoe, the drug dealer, the burglar, the murderer, the thief, the bank robber, they become the protagonists and the heroes when you look at the movies and on TV. And the rap artistry, they glorified dysfunction, so everybody is ideating on this thing. It's not surprising when you put this mix all together in a real world that you don't get hell. But I mean, that's off the point slightly. But yeah, that was a bad situation. It did not look to be a good shoot.
Yeah, that was a terrible video, man. I think after he shot her, he made a comment saying kill shot. Then after that, he called her a B word.
Yeah.
Awful, man.
A real street. I've been out there. People, cops and the other folk, they call each other names. I mean, it calms down. MF, I'm going to take you out if you don't settle down. All right, man, all right, Reality check.
Yeah, that video was terrible, man. I hope, he go to prison for that, man. But I gotta ask you about Kamala Harris. How you feel about her? You a fan of hers?
She's a piece of shit. I was in California. She lacked professional competence, and she worked on it by hiking up her hemline when she needed influence rather than researching. I was out in California for 15 years doing my show when she was at her peak, and she had a reputation amongst the trial lawyers of being lazy. She just hike her skirt up and try to flirt, and she wasn't that good in the courtroom, if not pretty bad in the courtroom. So I'm not surprised at what she does. She's 60 years old, and I think listening to her word salad and the way she talks, I think she's got early onset dementia and also some problems with menopausal complications. That's that, you see, today is going to be tomorrow, so since it's going to be tomorrow, today we have tomorrow, which is why we are now. Like, what did you say? They have something in mind, but they cannot cognate getting all the way through it, which is why she's famous for this word salad garbage, and she doesn't make a bit of sense. I think since she's only 60, she's actually on a worse track than Biden was. Biden is 20-some years older than her, and he has been senile for a long time. Now, about 5 or 6 years ago, when did they start ramping up to do this? 2019. Okay, I was saying Biden has been a failure his whole adult career, a second-rate, third-string player. He's in the game, so he wants to make a name for himself. I considered him for years poor trailer park, urban trailer park trash. And he's a crook. He's a third stringer. Now, what I said he was going to do is he probably wants to claim fame for being the first person to see to it that a woman got to be president. And what I predicted, I'm slightly wrong on it, was that he was going to get in, try to get elected, and if he got one term, try to get elected for a second one. And then halfway through his term, when he had served 2 years, to retire or resign in her favor. So under the 22nd Amendment, what happens is she can serve for the final 2 years for somebody and then be elected twice more. So that woman would be able to serve 10 years, second only to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who got elected to 4 terms before they put the amendment in place so you couldn't. Now, that said, I think, and my major at UCLA was political science, my analysis is they picked the weakest somebody they could as a figurehead, somebody who had some apparent minority status, which she does not. And what goes on is that you get her, everybody that is everybody would be afraid to go against her because of what she can pass herself off as. And then you get somebody that's easy to control because she's lazy, because she is becoming incoherent, and because she's always tried to do the casting couch to get where she wants. Now, the problem is that'll get somebody to a certain level quickly. But you can't get past that level if you don't have competence and talent. So my thing about it is if I'm crude about it, in this city years ago, I used to represent a whole bunch of pimps and hoes, and I know a hoe when I see one. And I say this, I don't care, women, you do what you want to do if you want to have recreational sex, but when you do the casting couch or anything else for professional purposes to get paid or advance, you a hoe. And she's old hoe. And the problem is what is she supposed to do? Somebody, one of her sycophant slaves comes up and unwraps her in a carpet naked at Putin's feet, and he says, oh yeah, I'm Julius Caesar. He said, no, I got better stuff here already. Plus, I don't want you anyway, you old woman. Get on up, you know. Or Xi Jinping, is he supposed to be impressed? She's doing word salad. Well, we're here today because China and the U.S. are here today, and that's why we have to agree on what we're doing here today. Like, fool, what did you just say? You know, did you say anything? And I've never seen such a salacious mess as I've seen out of her. I think of One West Bank. I had some pretty good properties out in California at one point in time. And I know I had 3 neighbors who had good properties. It was in a place called Ojai, California. And they got caught up about 15, 16 years ago, like a lot of people did, in that mortgage bundling scam stuff that was going on. And there was a bank called One West Bank responsible for it, which was owned by George Soros. The Mnuchin that you have out of the Obama administration was Mnuchin, who was the CEO of One West Bank. Well, there were approximately 1,200 counts of indictments returned against Mnuchin and One West Bank in various counties in California. Well, Mnuchin and Soros financed and arranged and sponsored Kamala to run for Attorney General of California. They got her elected. She got in, and using the authority she had, she promptly consolidated all 5,200 counts and dismissed them. And a couple of weeks later, Soros sold One West Bank for $4.2 billion. So after that, they got together and got her finance and got everything organized and made the connections for her, and she got elected to U.S. Senator. Willie Brown made the initial contacts and arrangements so she could get elected as district attorney for San Francisco. She didn't do a very good job. She had a reputation for giving out the stiffest sentences in the United States of America for simple possession of marijuana in San Francisco, for God's sakes. But it was only to young black men. She's not a parent, never had any children, but she went off on this campaign to lock parents up, some of whom actually were shown to have dropped their children off at the school, but they played hooky, so she was putting them in jail. I know my in-laws, now late in-laws because they're dead, and their fine daughter that I was married to, we were divorced. She got a whole lot of money, but anyway, out of me. What wound up happening was there was a liquor store they like to patronize on the way home, and it was a good liquor store, but it got held up a lot, so Kamala's solution was not go get the crooks, but close down the liquor store so nobody would be troubled by it. See, that kind of philosophy, or you've got a serial killer who's got 6 victims, and the families are writing protest letters to her, not hurry up and do something, not why are you giving the guy such a light deal, is why don't you let this man plead guilty to life without parole instead of delaying it for 7 years, trying to make political hay out of it. I was caught up in a thing where this woman who was supposed to be a financial specialist wound up embezzling a lot, $1.5 million from me, about $15 million from some other black celebrities. And most of it was in the San Francisco area, not LA where I was. She consolidated the cases up there in San Francisco, took 5 years to resolve it, let her plead out not the $15 million of embezzlement, but $35,000. The sentence was 5 years in the penitentiary, 4.5 years suspended, 5 years probation. The woman wound up sitting on a bench outside Sybil Branch, which is the women's detention facility in L.A. County, for 5.5 hours. That's all the time she served, made no restitution. And la-di-da, I'm through with it now, I don't care, on her behalf. Like, where's our money? You know, what did you do here? You didn't even consult with us. You did this on a surprise basis. That's $15 million gone. What happened? It's the kind of thing she would do, see. So it's like, that was not a good professional performance. And then she was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor and attorney general and senator, and now she becomes black. But, you know, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no black ancestors, how did she get to be black? Now, a little side story. when I had my show, let's say this has been 26 years ago, I had two beautiful women that I thought were sisters on the show. And they laughed one time when we all went to a happy hour and said, "You think we're black, don't you?" "Yeah, aren't you?" "No, we're Hindu." One of them said, "My mother's a Hindu Brahmin caste, and my father was Hindu warrior caste. He took an oath to the family to protect her. They fell in love, eloped, and now we got a death warrant on us. We can't go back to India." So, yeah, and then they gave me two books. The guys were Hindu, and they were very dark, but they cut their hair off close, grew beards, and started dressing and acting black, and they got financial aid. One of them, I think, went through medical school that way, masquerading for being black. Somebody else did it, so she went to Howard. And by the way, she told one big lie when she was talking about she got bust because of something Biden did when she was running against him. Well, the yearbook that she put out there that you can still get online from her high school in Canada shows she went from kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada, never went to school in the United States of America. She was born, by the way, in the same hospital that my ex-wife was born in, the same 12-month period, and my late mother-in-law was in fact a pediatric nurse in that hospital when Kamala was born. And the birth certificate that she has is interesting because the confusion comes from a mistake. On the birth certificate, it lists the mother's race as Caucasian, national origin India, and religion Hindu. For the father, it does not list national origin. It does not list religion. It does not list anything about that, but where it says race, they put national origin in, Jamaica, by mistake. Now, if you've ever been to Jamaica and you go over to St. Elizabeth Parish, you see all the high, bright, and white that live in Jamaica. So I've got a good friend retired from law enforcement. He has a white wife, blonde-haired, blue eyes, but she was born in Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica. One's blonde and blue-eyed, the other one's red-haired and gray-eyed, and they happen to be related to the King of England because they are aristocrats in England, but they were born in Jamaica. So if you go over there, you see people from Hong Kong, Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, Kenya, South Africa, you name it. It's part of the British Commonwealth, and nobody needed a passport, and you could just go in and out. So it's not unusual. You're not black just because you're from Jamaica, and they have a whole lot of white people that never left, and their ancestors owned a lot of slaves. The Maroons went up into the hill country and got themselves free back in the 1840s, but you know, other than that, it is what it is in Jamaica. So just because you're from that country does not mean you are of the black race. So the problem is why don't you go get your daddy to give you an affidavit that you have a black ancestor? And since the only possible claim you have is through your great-grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant that just happens to be swarthy, where'd you get your blackness from? See, you're faking it again. And I say this after 50 years of experience, the worst human beings you will ever find are career prosecutors. Something slimy about them. They are so turned off by humanity and everything else. They don't care. They're trying to win the game. It is just play to them. They don't give a damn about the people they represent. They just want to win. So they lie, cheat, steal to win the game. And that brings up the other thing, where the Supreme Court of California ordered her to produce the evidence that was exculpating to somebody sitting up on death row that she had hidden. They did that over and over and over again with her hiding this evidence. Now, there are exceptions to this rule with career prosecutors, but if you ever want to sleazy somebody, find yourself a career prosecutor who's never done anything else but that until they have moved up. Now, there have been people like Thomas Dewey, who was a career prosecutor. He got Lucky Luciano, the gangster that set up the mob as a syndicate, a business. You got him and became governor of New York and then an unsuccessful candidate for president twice. You have people like that, and you got Kamala, who was a career prosecutor, and that's essentially all she's done outside of moving directly over into politics. They tend to be crooks. They're not good people. It's like I used to, on the bench, it's like, excuse me, can you approach both of you? Do you have any character? Do you realize what you just did? Well, I mean, no, we can't have that. That is not going to be allowed up in here. You do it again, and the court's going to see to it that you get a 10-day paid vacation courtesy of the sheriff. No. See, and that's what I'm looking at. She wants to be chief administrative officer, but she's never been the boss over anything. She was nominally with the Attorney General's office, but you've got all of these egos with all of these people with doctorate of laws who've taken the bar exam, and every one of them in there could run against you in an election and be your boss, and is as qualified technically as you are to run the place. So she's never been the boss in charge of something where she dictated, because what she did in San Francisco and when she got over California is she essentially had somebody else doing it, and she was just a political figurehead. So when you come into this situation here, Putin, you know, Russia, Ukraine, those are serious things. They have a lot of nukes. You've got Xi Jinping, and China's got one hell of a huge army, Air Force, nukes, computer systems, and so on. What is your experience in international diplomacy? You got made the representative of the country to handle the foreign affairs. You failed so badly they yanked you out when you were actually the boss in charge. The borders are, you just complete abject failure to that. Your only appearance down there was to sit in a chair in the desert while they interviewed you, trying to be cute, flashing your pearls, you know, and you didn't do your job. So you're talking now about you want to legitimize 20 million aliens who've come in here and see that they get fast-tracked so they can vote and become part of the whole process. What are you doing? Whose jobs are you taking away? What about the people that actually lined up to go through the rules? You know, I want to become a citizen, so I take the courses. See, nobody's checking. They've got an outbreak of hepatitis. They got an outbreak of measles. HIV is ramped up. They've got all kinds of things. They've got problems with strains of tuberculosis that have no cure. So people before they come down with it, you have to put them on prophylactics for the rest of their life so they don't get a fatal illness that nobody can cure. So nobody is running the medical test. Nobody is checking to see what penitentiary they got out of. And something that is pretty real is a movie. You remember Al Pacino in Scarface? They dumped all their penitentiaries, and they're over here. You got all of these Latino gangs that have now infiltrated. You've got Ukraine. You've got Gaza. You've got people that hate the fact that they don't have technology to shoot down a B-1B bomber. So what do? They just walk across the damn border. Nobody's checking them. Somebody is giving them free transportation without even vetting their luggage. And in the luggage, they have military-grade explosives, which over the last several years, I'm sure they put in various building structures, hospitals, subways, and everything else. And on command, they flip the switch, and 911 looks like a Boy Scout meeting. So what are you going to do about these things? Nobody's checking. You have a situation right now that has to be taken into context. Just about every major seaport is using these container removal cranes, these giant gantry cranes. They're made in the People's Republic of China. Nobody checked them, and now they went back and did, and there seem to be some things built into them that they can't remove. Don't know what the function is, but they appear to be communication devices. What the hell are those? You know? So you want to shoot down a B-1 bomber 56 miles from the southern border point where there is a huge illegal crossing. There is a U.S. Air Force base where 24 B-1 bombers stage out of. You can just surround a damn base with some RPGs and take a few of them out. We don't have but 24 of them that are operational, and some other was in long-term storage because we can't afford to operate the damn things. What are you supposed to do? That was your job. Did you do it? Did you handle it? No. So, they've got this thing where sometimes they promote people up. You fail at a job, but you got a rep, so they can't get rid of you, so they promote you. Like, for example, Halsey, Admiral Halsey, Bull Halsey, always charged off, was aggressive. Great in World War II, the first part of it. But there was a thing in the Philippines, well, not Philippines, Leyte Gulf. It was a disaster. The Japanese laid a decoy force out. He fell for the trap, took off with all of the warships, left the beaches totally unguarded, told nobody, and he should have been court-martialed. But because of his fame, they couldn't, so they wound up promoting him to 5-star admiral instead of court-martialing him and canceling him. So, they do this kind of thing. So it's not unusual. But I'm just saying, hey, if you're going to bring somebody in, bring in somebody that knows what the hell they're doing. Meanwhile, she had a little rally in Georgia. I think 86 people showed up. That was supposed to be interesting. And she had the nerve to call Vance unpatriotic, and he came back on her big time. He said, simplify, to serve, loyalty. I was in the Marine Corps over in the sand pile, and Trump took a bullet. What the hell have you done? And you want to call somebody out on the subject. See, it's hypocrisy. But you see, I did this because I did what I did, and that's what I did, which is because that's why I did it. What the hell did you just say? Do you realize what you said? Do you know?
And I want to backtrack to a comment you made earlier about the casting couch. So that's true? Like, because I always heard this rumor that she slept her way to the top. That's true?
She did. She's old hoe. She's 60 years old. Look, if you want to find out about it, go online to the LA Times morgue. They used to have it so for a fee, you could get them to pull articles. They've been reporting on her for 30-some years. She's in her 20s, and Willie Brown took her up as his mistress. There was a medical firm that dealt with San Francisco. He got her a 15-hour-a-week part-time job there, which she never showed up to, according to the Times, but they paid her $72,000 a year for 15 hours a week. And understand, she's in her 20s, which is 30-some years ago. That's big money now. So he got her promoted up, so she did 20 hours a week. Times reported she never showed up, but she got $120,000 a year. So he bought her a 750i BMW, which was the top of the line at the time. So he set her up with all of the connections to get her into politics. The Times did a thing about this thing she had allegedly with an NBA player to get a job with a big law firm, and then a thing they did on her with the assistant director for the district attorney's office to get on with them, and then Montel Williams, and then back to Willie Brown, and then the rest of the whole thing, and she winds up with a Hollywood lawyer type not long before she runs for senator. So, and she adopts his children. She doesn't have any of her own, not saying it's a requirement, but it sure as hell helps, because I think the only two presidents of significance that didn't have children officially, George Washington and Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson was a homicidal maniac. George Washington had enough by the slaves before he got sterile by disease. And the other three out of the five known ones, they weren't too good. They were has been, never was type. So I say that I know what I thought when I was a young man. Such things didn't make differences, but then I'd never had to be a parent. You never had to get up sick and go to work when you didn't feel like it because you had the bills to pay. You never had to be reliable when you had other things to do. And having this legacy that you have to pass on and not wanting to do anything that shames your grandchildren because they do in fact exist and it's not hypothetical, that gives you a different perspective. So it's not an absolute requirement, but I think you really don't know how to have the dedication to the job if you have nothing to survive you. No immediate cause. Not saying that somebody can't be a good president without, but it's just what's your stake in it? Do you want to leave a better America for your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren? Or is there nobody out there that you have an immediate selfish interest in?
Yeah, and she used to date Montel Williams, right?
Yeah, Willie Brown's too. She showed up here at a mayor's conference in Memphis some years ago. I spoke at the damn thing. She showed up here. She was with Willie Brown. She got mad at her sister, this black judge here, because she just went over to speak with him. She jumped up, don't even look at him, leave him alone. The judge told her, ain't my type, don't worry about it. You know, I'm just trying to meet him. So, and I know, I mean, allegations, I wasn't there, but I've had at least two women that I've known who are married women, and they tell me essentially they almost slapped their husbands back when they were at Howard at a certain frat where somebody did a lot of second floor action, and they were angling on getting some, and it wasn't going to happen. You know, so you get this. Like I said, I'm not holding it against somebody because they did it for recreation, but, you know, when you do the casting couch thing, that's a bad move. I know some women in Hollywood that did the casting couch and those who refused. The ones that got refused went further than the ones who did. The ones who did ramped up real quickly, but then they're a piece of ass. Everybody knows it, so they get passed around. And then, did it really have talent, or was it just they jump-started their careers and then the lack of talent shows? Or did you have talent and do it the hard way? See, I mean, I hate to say it, but now, the other thing is I don't see any case law she made as an attorney or running the district attorney's office in a large city. I don't see in private practice pro bono when she, early years before she got into prosecuting, that made a difference. I don't see any innovation in law that she's responsible for. I don't see any reform of criminal justice that she could have done a whole lot about. I don't see any of that. So what did she do? I just see a long laundry list, page after page of wrong. So I'm not one of these people that is a fan of promoting somebody upstairs.
Yeah, that's real talk, and that's crazy, man. Because I never heard that story before. So she tried to check a female because she thought she was trying to talk to her husband.
Yeah, I mean, and the woman was the judge she was talking to. I was there when that happened. It's like, dude, damn, who is that? I didn't know who she was, you know, I mean, but
From what you know, do you think she hate black men?
I think she's got a problem with them. Now, let's get back to the whole thing. I represented a lot of pimps and prostitutes. And the interesting thing about the prostitutes is they kind of had a weird attitude. You'd think somebody would enjoy doing what they did to earn the living, but they didn't care. It's like, if the fool wants to pay for this here, I'll sell him all he wants. And they disdain men. And the funny thing is, strippers are even worse. If you have, and I represented a lot of strippers too, back in the 80s. And if you had 100 strippers, 90 to 95 of them are lesbians, and they're giving away their money to their girlfriends. 5 or 6 out of the 100 will swing both ways, and you got 2 of them or 3 of them that are straight. One of them may have some pimp that's working her, but the pimps usually work the ones that are bisexual too. So you got maybe 1 out of 100 that puts her money together for her own purposes. And I know I was trying to help some out, so I set up an escrow account. And I was having where they worked with their permission and their written agreement to pay the money to me, and I was putting it in a bank account so they could accumulate something. Well, the first time I had a disbursement, the one woman was all on me. I thought she was accusing me of stealing money. She says, "You're lying, you trying to capture me." What the hell are you talking about? I don't have that much money. I said, "Yes, you do. You've been paying $29.95 a night for motel rooms. You run through $3,000 or $4,000 a weekend that you make on the 1st and 15th weekends of the month when these sailors get paid out here. You're bringing in, and this was 35 years ago, you're bringing in $5,000-$6,000 a month, and you're giving it away. So I'm showing you that you've been accumulating $2,000 or $3,000 a month off of what you've been earning, and you say I'm trying to put money in your account so I can catch you and make you dependent. No, this is your money." See, they just don't get it because they have another mindset. And there's another thing there. How you work on that kind of person, and it's got to do with that hyena grin she's always giggling about, is there's low self-esteem that is going on. And the pimps can't turn a hoe out. She has been turned out by her family or her preacher. If you saw her grandmama or aunts and uncles, they say, "Yeah, we got a trial in the trip. She just so pretty. We know she gonna be slutting out and all these men's gonna be trying to get her." And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And what the girls do is, when the person treats them like a dog, they say, "I deserve it. I'm wrong. I'm evil. Somebody needs to punish me." And they work on this kind of thing because people have a craving to be treated as they perceive themselves. So when you have a negative image of yourself, you crave being treated in accordance with that negative image, and you want to be punished. So, "Oh, 3 people just got shot. Ha, 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 ha. They need gun control. Ha." Like, what the hell is funny about that? You know, it's kind of weird when you look at it. And I'm not a psychiatrist or clinical psychologist, but I know I've read enough psychiatric reports on clients and defendants in my courtroom over the years. And I used to, as a routine thing under Tennessee law allowing this, I'd have just about everybody I sentenced mentally assessed to see what was going on. It's interesting what comes out. It's not what people expect. And yeah, there is this low self-esteem, self-destructive thing that exists in a lot of people, particularly those who have professional positions where they cut too many corners and they get charged with embezzlement or extortion or something like that. And when you wind up seeing what motivates them, it's not healthy.
Yeah, but to backtrack to what I asked you earlier, right? Do you believe Kamala like black men?
No, I don't think she does. No, she doesn't. I mean, look at it. Most of these women that she locked up for the truancy problems were black women. Damn near everybody she was getting these horribly stiff sentences to as recommendations, they were young black men. What wound up happening, all of these people she withheld information on that could have exculpated them so they wouldn't have been found guilty, they were black men. She was particularly harsh in the way black men got treated when they came through the system that she had prosecutorial preeminence in. You see, she set up no programs to come up with work alternatives. She set up no programs to deal with rehabilitation. She set up no programs to deal with counseling. She set up no programs to offer alternatives to criminality. She just came down hard, hard, hard. And it's like, what did you get from her? You must have had a white client. Yeah, I did. Well, what do your black clients get? Not the same thing as the white ones. And you had enough black attorneys who had white clients to know the difference.
And one thing I noticed, personally, is a lot of black women feel like she's pandering to black women to get votes.
It's the Democratic Party was chartered the second decade of the 19th century to promote and expand slavery. They were used to dealing with slaves. They started the Civil War to protect slavery. When they got whipped and they came back into the mix, they formulated the Klan and everything else to keep the colored in check. I heard Biden with my own ears in 1972, saw him with my own eyeballs, introduced by Faubus, Stennis, Byrd, and Eastland. Oh, yeah. Wallace came in there, and they were introducing him as the new great white hope, the new Dixiecrat who knew how to handle the Negro. And I heard him make that speech that he made a lot of remarks to 75, 77 to the newspapers about Negroes are animals. They turn the streets into jungles and they need to be put into zoos. Young Negro children are like roaches. Once they get into school, you can't get them out. They turn schools into zoos. And he knew the Negro. And he made an interesting remark. He said he had adopted Delaware as his state after coming from Pennsylvania. And he said Delaware were cowards. They should have split off and gone with the South during the Civil War, and they were too scared because they were too close to Washington, D.C. and Maryland. I mean, it was really bad. I was at the state capitol in Dover, Delaware, doing some research for a DC think tank, and I was bored. And I heard this commotion outside. I went outside, and they had this rally going on, and he was campaigning for some office. Interesting. He had a ducktail looking like he was out of 1959 rather than 1972. Calling black folk not Afro-Americans, not black folk, but Negroes, and black folk hadn't done that in 10, 12, well, 7 or 8 years. So it was not pleasant to have to listen to that, but that was him. So he did a lot that was very bad for the country. He and Eastland and Stennis set up something I think is particularly horrendous. They passed some regulations or legislation that allows federal prosecutors to intentionally persecute somebody. And by that I mean knowing that you have no chance to get a conviction, but bringing charges anyway so you can cause somebody to become bankrupt, or you can cause them to be so discommoded that you ruin them as an adversary, somebody that you can destroy by overloading them with superfluous nonsense that you know you can't get a conviction out of. And people talk about Biden's evil 1994 Crime Act. Well, don't forget the one in 1991 that was worse, the one in 1988 and several through the 1980s. And then that one rock will get you 5 years. That's in there. And then also he and Stennis are responsible for wiping out federal probation and parole. See, if you get a federal sentence of 5 years, you get 60 months. There is no federal parole anymore, not since the early 1980s. So if you get 5 years, you get 60 months. You will be under federal authority for 58 to 56 out of those 60 months, even with all of the good and honor time you can get. And I remember I used to lecture at one of the local maximum security federal penitentiaries. And it was the damnedest thing. On the periphery, you have federal correctional officers as security, and internally you had trustee inmates in olive drab fatigues, combat boots, and maroon fezzes acting as internal security for the young defendants who were in there for 1 or 2 rocks serving a 5-year sentence because they got busted by the local police, but the feds picked it up because they were trying to convert the person into a snitch against somebody they were interested in. That didn't work out, but the person still got 5 years, 60 months for 1 rock. See, it's preposterous. So I know that well. I was deep into practicing criminal law at the time.
Yeah, yeah. And I gotta ask you about Donald Trump, assassination attempt. How you feel about that?
It was real. I've seen people shot up close and personal like that. When the bullet hit him, they keep talking about this powerful rifle, a 223/556 NATO shot out of an M4 carbine. They want to call it AR, and by the way, that stands for Armalite, and the 15 comes from, it was the 15th patented Armalite design, not assault rifle. An assault rifle is a machine gun, not a semi-auto weapon. So it's 22 caliber. You literally can buy conversion units where you can shoot 22 rimfire ammo out of the same barrel that you shoot the regular ammo. It's a light bullet. It kicks off out of the 16-inch barrel weapon that the would-be assassin had, and it's traveling at 130, 140 yards where Trump was relative to the shooter. It's traveling at around 2,700 feet per second. It is going twice the speed of sound. And when it hits somebody, it sets up a shock wave. And what it tends to do, since the body is 97, 98% water, it causes a white puff of moisture before the capillaries get a chance to react and throw out blood. Now, the ear is not possessed of a great deal of blood. That's why when you get an ear piercing, you don't bleed all over the place. So when you saw the first one, you can see him, and there's a mist. Now, that supersonic bullet sends a shock wave, and the effect or the impact on the person that's shot or grazed by the bullet is like a boxer hit him, bam, right in the side of the head, if that's where it hits it. You can see him drop to the ground, and you can see the video with him doing typical expression like somebody got hit hard. And then he stands up, and you don't expect to see blood all over the place because it's an earlobe, all right? He stands up, and he's saying, according to the popular press, fight, fight. I can read lips a little bit, studied it. He's saying, fuck you. In other words, he's got the power fist. He doesn't know if they've taken the sniper down enough or not, and he's going, fuck you. I'm here. That's what he seems to be saying, and that's badass. That's some real John Wayne stuff, for real, no play. As far as he knows, he's being shot at. That's the kind of thing you seek in somebody in a military unit who's willing to stand up in the face of fire and not try to duck and hide, but will go for it. Remember, you got all the Secret Service, mostly the women over there hanging off of him who weren't big enough, strong enough to keep him down. And that was real. The other thing is, it was an abject failure. Some people say it was a setup, but the problem is people don't shoot that well. And he's lucky because if you look at the reconstruction on this thing, on the animation, if you see the profile vertical plan view of his head, when he's looking at the screen, if he'd still been looking at the screen, he'd be dead. The bullet flight goes 1, 2, and it hits him on the ear rather than right here, going through his head. The other thing that advantages him is there is a roadway that's perpendicular to the stands he's in when he's talking. Generally, in my experience, what happens is when you have such a depression, a cut, or a roadway, even if there are people in it, you get a breeze moving down it when you get a hot climate situation. So there seems to have been a breeze moving from his left to right, which caused the bullet to drift a little bit to the right, which helped him out. He moves his head, and instead of getting it there, the slight drift over the 130 yards, which is not much, maybe half an inch, quarter of an inch, but it's just enough to save him. So he's damn lucky. Now, the problem with this is that you draw down his regular Secret Service detail because Jill Biden has got what I call a Tea Party function going. So instead of telling her, no, this isn't just a candidate, this is a former president of the United States, and he's a resource from what he knows, the secret he knows, somebody may want to consult with him just on business of operating that office. You have to postpone what you're doing. They've got a build-up because they've got all these people from the UN function in New York that they're responsible for guarding. So they draw down further. They were aware of him 50-plus minutes before the shooting occurred. He's on a bicycle, and the rule is no bicycles. He's got a backpack. The rule is no backpack. He's got a rangefinder. What the hell are you doing? That's not condemning, but it's something to check out. So why did they even let their protectee take the stand before, or the podium, before they go check this guy out? They've got a call 10 minutes before. They're taking pictures of this guy. He's got this ladder he's put up. Nobody is saying, Mr. Trump, you can't go out there right now until we clear something. He's out there, and 3 minutes before it happens, not Secret Service, but the local police counter sniper team has said, hey, we've got somebody out here. Is he one of us? This guy's prone with a rifle. Who is he? Now, why don't they just shoot him? Well, they can't, because what may happen is you have local sheriff's department, 1 or 2 local police departments, other federal agencies, Secret Service. They may make a call to local agencies. Somebody on the SWAT team has said, get down here. We've got a manpower shortage. This guy's in civilian clothes. He just gets his equipment. So is this one of us, or is this a bad guy? Get back with us. Who is it? So they're making continuous calls for 3 minutes, and nobody responds, and nobody says, Mr. Trump, please excuse us. There is an emergency situation. Could you step down, stand down for a little bit, stand by while we check this out? Nobody did that. And then after the shooting, what happens is just an absolute damn disgrace. Do they get him in with practiced ease? No. It fumbles and fumbles and fumbles. It took them forever to get out of there. Instead of the guy sliding in under the driver's wheel in the front on the left, and the guy getting in on the right, riding shotgun, getting the president in the middle, and one person sitting on each side, and the guy getting in the tail of the SUV where he's got a flip-up window so he can be tail guard. They sit there and F around, and it took them forever to get out of there. Now, I have been in the law office where the firm represented a vice president of the United States. The office represented a candidate for president of the United States. There have been presidential candidates came through Memphis that doing what I did, I got VIP invitations to go check out, and I know how the Secret Service is when they're around somebody, and when they got to clear something out, they do it. Chop, chop, and then here it is, clumsy thing, and then we find out that the person in charge from Philadelphia had never done this before. You don't even have Secret Service personnel that they're relying upon. There's others in the generic Homeland Security Department. What the hell is this? So what do we have? Recently, you got FDR got bullets put through his jacket or coat twice by a would-be assassin. Somebody tried to assassinate Harry Truman. You got a situation where somebody did assassinate John F. Kennedy. Somebody assassinated Robert Kennedy running for president, not a president. Somebody paralyzed George Wallace running for vice president. Somebody tried to take out Jerry Ford unsuccessfully when he was president. Somebody shot Ronald Reagan when he was president. And you got all of this stuff going in here, and some fool doesn't take this seriously. And you've got all of this animosity and this hatred going on, not just with somebody as a political opponent. I've seen folk in family want to punch each other out because they are on opposite sides of who's supposed to go deal with the Baba Yaga, the boogeyman Trump, or somebody's supposed to deal with Saint Biden or evil trailer park trash Biden, depending upon who you're looking at. And all that ramp up over 5-6 years out there in the streets over BLM, where Trump was trying to send the National Guard up to Milwaukee, and the governor didn't want him there, but he sent him anyway. And Kamala Harris is talking about bail the rioters out of jail. She's raising bail money for them. You get all of this hate going on back and forth, and it influences the weak-minded. So you got a mess, and then you say, oh, we can skimp on the security. And much as these folk hate this man, some of these folk, with all of these passions, we can just let some rookies come in here who have never done this before, tag this together, and he almost got shot. Now, if he had gotten, not almost shot, if he had gotten fatally injured, oh my God, we made a mess up, but thank God we are rid of him. You see, you have celebrities joking or seriously quipping, they shouldn't have missed. Damn, he should have practiced more so he didn't miss. See, you have this kind of thing on both sides. So, it's like, and you leave this guy unguarded, and then don't forget the other folk. What's her name? Was it Pelosi's husband that got hammered? They didn't guard him. And then the guy at the baseball game that got whacked, they didn't deal with that either. So what's going on, Secret Service? Oh, you got a DEI appointment for director and assistant director, and they don't know what they're doing. And finally, the director did do the dignity to the office of resigning, but how can you excuse that? And then you come in, Congress has subpoenaed you there, you've had a week. Somebody said, how many shell casings were found? We don't know, we're waiting on the FBI report. What, didn't you ask? What happened? How many people got called? How many times? Well, we don't know, the FBI is doing a report. So you didn't take it upon yourself now that you got this subpoena to go do? That was a disgrace. And then the other thing that I'm laughing about, have you heard Vance when he talks? Vance is a much better speaker than Trump, and Vance has been getting all over Kamala. And he's saying he regrets that he doesn't get to debate her. But see, Trump's not an orator. He repeats himself, but he doesn't go around in a circle like Kamala. And Trump has a unique thing. I noticed this from trying jury cases. Why'd you repeat it? Because I wanted it to stay in the mind of the juror or in the mind of the jury. See, I noticed this doing public speaking. You can say something and people will come up to you afterwards. I really love that point you're making. Okay, thanks. I guess they liked it. But they'll also say, I really love that point you made about such and such. And you look at the guy with you, you say, I didn't say that. Let's listen to the tape. And you listen to the tape. You didn't say that. But they heard you say it because they wanted you to say it. And if you say certain key words and phrases, they'll take on flights of imagination where you said just exactly what they wanted to hear, but you only said 4 words. Not a long, it was really, you went on at great length about that point. I was so glad to hear somebody that understands, and you haven't said but 5 words about it. See, people have false memories. It's about human nature. So Trump talks in a way that appeals to his audience who thinks he's one of us. He's filthy rich, but he's one of us. He doesn't use these big words. He talks like one of us drinking a beer in the roadhouse or hanging out with the guys. So when he says, it's just awful, it's deplorable, it's just deplorable what they've done, they need to do something, it's just awful about these lies. See, they hear that, and for them, he's telling them something they want to hear. And then there's this old thing about propaganda, about lies. Tell a lie long enough and loud enough, and you can get anyone, including the liar, to believe it. Tell something that's not necessarily a lie to somebody who wants to hear what you have to say just a few times, and damn well they would have heard it and say, that's my hero. He said exactly what I wanted to hear. You see, there's a method to this madness. So when the pundits who are wordsmiths who can use the big vocabularies when they write the articles for the newspapers and the magazines and for talking points for the talking heads on CNN and MSNBC, they use their big words and they look down on it. What they don't realize is that what Trump is doing is talking in sound bites. They're trying to write all this stuff out, and they don't realize he's doing the same damn thing they have their announcer on CNN does when he tries to give you a 10-second or 15-second sound bite that's supposed to explain something that somebody spent 5 years going to school and grad school to learn and has read 35 books on. See, the sound bite is what the American public is used to now. You're supposed to say whatever it is, however complicated, in 10 to 15 seconds. So that's how Trump talks. And he repeats the quip, the sound bite, so it sinks in. You don't miss it. And you can look down on him, but the audience he's addressing gets it.
Yeah, good point, man. Great way to look at it. How you feel about the people that feel like Trump is racist?
Yeah, see, I can remember one time I went to a conference in New York. I was a state judge. It's been 30 some years ago. And some people I knew were there and they said, hey, let's go check out some of the clubs. I said, okay. I hadn't been to a New York club, and damn. So we go. So there's this tall white guy coming in and all the brothers hanging around with him. But he doesn't have a bodyguard. He just walks in on his own, and he sits down and, he's glad-handing and in the animated conversation with everybody. So who the hell is that? Oh, he's a billionaire we got around here. Dude's name is Trump. Trump Towers. Oh, yeah, that's the dude that owns it. Oh, he hanging with the homeboys. So He's dated black women before, like the woman he always showed up with on the red carpet thing. She was a fine model right before his current wife. Now, I wasn't present, but I had 3 clients back in the 1980s, business clients, who, when I took the bench, I kind of left them in the lurch because I couldn't continue to represent them, but they got other counsel, and their problem was getting finance for their business. Well, 25 years later, I run into them separately. They don't know each other. They might, I don't know, but I didn't put them together. Question: did you ever get that loan or that finance to get your business? Yeah. Well, what happened? Who'd you get it from? I got it from Donald Trump. And, not only did they get the finance, they tell a tale that, well, I don't even know if it's a tale, but the story is when they gave him the term check, he asked them if they were happy with what they were doing. Were they satisfied? He said, this is what I'm supposed to get. Yeah. And he tore the contract up, tore the check up, said, my gift to you. Jesse Jackson ran for U.S. president twice. Donald Trump provided his headquarters across the country and raised money for him to finance his run. That isn't too bad. So what are they talking about? See, remember that thing about tell a lie long enough and loud enough? The real problem is he's not into the rainbow cult thing. He's not an acolyte, disciple, follower, or such like. He's not into the unicorn, so he's an enemy. He also is staunchly into the manhood thing. Well, he said he grabbed some. Well, he's talking to folk in a locker room. Some punk wants to go snitch on him. That's a punk play. That's like somebody saying, baby, I really love you, and that man you're with, he ain't good for you. He runs around on you. That kind of punk play. So when somebody's pulling that off, I'm not going to look down on him. And as a matter of fact, my first mother-in-law had a beauty salon for years. And I used to go down there and run errands for her, and I'd sit there and listen to the ladies, and I'm going, oh, wow, man, this is crude stuff up in here. Damn. The ladies are worse than the guys when it comes to not locker room talk, but beauty salon talk. So I'm going, whoa, damn. Wish I'd known this years ago. Hey, this some, damn.
But one thing I would ask you, though, how you feel about Trump saying that he want to get a police immunity?
You have to understand what he's saying. Immunity is immunity, but it's qualified. In other words, if you're doing your job, okay. But if you ain't doing your job, it ain't okay. Like, for example, right here in Memphis, there's a case where 5 black cops got indicted for beating this guy to death, right? He had Crohn's disease. Tyree Nichols. So if it had been police randomly stopping a random citizen, that's one thing. But the point is the allegations is that the victim was screwing the baby mama of one cop, screwing the wife of another cop, and trying to screw a third cop's wife. So they found him, told him to back off. He wouldn't, so they went looking for him to beat his behind, which they did. But he had Crohn's disease and he died of the after effects. Now, that's the story in the streets. So is that cop action? No, that's all personal. That has nothing to do with an immunity situation. The argument doesn't even come in because it didn't have anything to do with police work. You got a problem with your personal life and somebody hacking into your women, you see. Now, that's the difference. See, what you saw do, this guy would not have gotten any of that immunity. Now, the immunity comes in like there's an armed robbery in progress. This dude's firing shots, and he shot 2 people working the liquor store. The cop shows up, shoots him, and the family says, why didn't you just shoot my baby in the leg instead of killing him? Well, that would be immunity because the guy's acting in the line of duty, you see. So that's like why you have the castle doctrine. Castle doctrine has been the law for the longest period of time, but it wasn't codified. It was more common law. So what was happening, literally a case in one state was like this. A guy did a home invasion armed, and the homeowner was on the second floor in the bedroom, got his gun. And what went on is the homeowner was at the top of the stairs. The burglar is halfway up the staircase. They each fired a shot at each other. The burglar falls down and breaks his leg and sues the homeowner. Well, to clear that up so the homeowner wouldn't get sued by this guy for having a broken leg that wouldn't have happened if he hadn't burglarized the house, wouldn't have been shot at if he hadn't had a gun in his hand, they've classified, codified as castle doctrine. You're on your own when you break off in somebody's house. So that gives the homeowner immunity. That's what they're talking about. Now, if you say you broke into my house and I'm tired of this is the second time, and they do say, all right, man, call the police, I surrender. No, I'm gonna kill you. Bam, bam, bam. See, that's not exactly what time it is, you know.
I'm happy you clearing that up because when I was told that, they was making it seem like, Trump, he was giving the police permission to kill black people anytime they want, so that's how they was making it seem. So yeah, I'm happy you clearing that up, man.
No. And see, he'll call a cop a coward. Remember that thing where that guy flagged down what turned out to be a female cop because she had a road problem and he was trying to get help and she shot him to death? Trump called her a coward, which is what she was. So, he'll call it like he sees it. And that thing they're talking about the Park Five up in New York, well, it isn't that the police beat this guy, did a third degree on him. One of them's father brought the boy down and said, my son confessed to this. He needs to tell you what he did. So his daddy brought him down, and the boy confessed to the police, not the police beat it out of him. And when all the rest of them confessed, it's not like they saying they did it and nobody's saying we had nothing to do with it. It was a pretty horrible crime. I mean, it was a bad crime, the Central Park Five. So in my perspective, many a time I've had this happen, we have a motion to suppress a so-called confession. Okay? It's taped. So I've got a setting where myself as the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense lawyer, we're going to go to my chambers with the court reporter, and we're going to look at the tape recording of the confession. This guy is in my courtroom. He's an OG. Yeah, man, I'm down with posse, man. Like I'm holding firm, man. They lying, trying to put a case on me, man. Like I ain't done nothing, man. Yeah. And I'm, we're on recess and he's talking over the barrier. So no big deal. The lawyer gets back from an appearance in federal court. I said, Counselor, you ready? All right. Madam Court Reporter, can you set up in chambers in the next 10 minutes? Okay. Call the court back to order. Court's in session. Remain seated. All right. Counsel for defense has returned to court. We will take a brief recess and we will attend to listening to the tape pursuant to a defense motion to suppress the statement. You go back there and OG, he's in there and the cops are saying, young man, this is a serious offense. You need to get yourself a lawyer. You have an absolute right to have a lawyer. You have Miranda rights, and they read them to him. You go, I don't want your lawyer. I want to talk to my mama. You let me talk to my mama. I'll tell you anything you want, sir. Your mama's not an attorney. We can't let her in. But I want to talk to my mama. Yeah, pass him some Kleenex, John. And he's crying, snot running all down his face, and he just got through leaving and being a badass of in your courtroom, talking about, yeah, man, the OG hanging tough, man. They lying. Man, you want me, man, I tell you what you want, man. We stomp, man, short dog, man. This was Diddy, man. They just made me do this, man. I ain't nothing to do it. I swear to God, man. You see, you damn. But the story that comes out on the streets is they whipped this dude and they falsely put a confession on him. You look at this punk. And I say, oh, by the way, let's see, these individuals have testified to reduce bond. Let's see, I believe one known as Short Dog is Stomp and Lil Earl. Take them into custody. The other parties that were unidentified heretofore and committing as accomplices in this crime were identified by the defendant, who informed the police of who his accomplices were. So take them into custody, no bond to be set. Man, what? You know, take them into custody. Man, you told on us? Well, it seems he did. Come on. Process him. See, OG gangster is a punk. He's crying for his mama, but that isn't the story that comes out. Or you represent somebody before that. I was a pretty good criminal defense lawyer. You know, I won a whole lot of jury trials. So you listening to your client. Yeah, man, my lawyer and I, we paid off the DA, man. You know, it was $50K, man. Fool, quit lying. You were in a car asleep in the back. There were 5 of you riding heavy in the car, and I got you off for insufficient connection with the one joint they found in the ashtray. What the hell are you talking about? Don't tell that lie. See, and I mean, they tell all kinds of stuff that goes on about trying to make themselves look good. Or, I wasn't even there, mama. They lying on me. They just trying to put on case, man. I wasn't even there. I got an alibi. Fool, you know you are lying. You know what your client has told you? Man, do lying, man. I wasn't there. Well, I mean, he went to high school with you. 4 other people went to high school with you. One of them gave the police your mama's address, described what they found you with. Now, you're not there. How did they describe what you were found with 3 hours later, what you had on? They lying. See, I know dude couldn't have seen me. He was over there lighting up a cigarette, standing next to the lamp pole, and I was behind the dumpster. Wait a minute, how you gonna know that if you weren't there? Well, you know, I wasn't there because he couldn't see me, man. He lying about seeing me. But you weren't there. Nah, man, you know, I was there, but not there, man, because he couldn't have seen me. But you saw him. Yeah, man, you lighting up a cigarette, man. But he's told his mom and everybody they wasn't even there. They putting the case on him. So you can't tell because there's attorney-client privilege. You have to stick with the story he says. And there's a whole lot of that. And the reality is, for the last 50 years in American justice, just a little more than 2.5% of the people that are in the penitentiaries got found guilty by a jury. 97+% pled guilty, and 84 to 87%, depending upon the circumstances, confessed. Now, there are a few that shouldn't be in there because they are actually innocent and somebody did put a case on them. Kamala Harris has a disproportionate number of people that had passed through her hands where she was in charge of the prosecution where that actually happened. So I find it odd that you have not just the occasional thing, not that your statistical rarity, but you have a situation where there are a whole bunch of these instances. We had a woman that was the district attorney here in Memphis, where the state Supreme Court, Harvard Law Review, Yale Law Review, Stanford Law Review declared her to be the most corrupt attorney general in the United States of America because she personally had more complaints and findings of prosecutorial misconduct against her as an individual than any of the DA's offices in the rest of the country had collectively over the same period of time. You know, so I mean, you've got a situation where when it's a rarity, but you've got a lot of them dumped in your lap, something's wrong with you and there is a problem. And I am aware of some very bad miscarriages of justice. For example, I got the youngest person in the world on death row off, got a stay of execution 23 minutes before they were going to execute him. He was 15 years and 2 weeks old on the date of his execution, scheduled execution. He's supposed to have killed 3 people, 13 years old. One of them was supposed to be the grandson of the sheriff of the county in question, and 2 of them were supposed to be his aunts. But then again, the sheriff's wife turned up dead on a set of railroad tracks for a few weeks before that. And the sheriff said this wasn't his son, who was married to the mama of one of the childhood victims of the childhood classmates of the 13-year-old defendant, because that wasn't his kid. And she turned up dead on some railroad tracks. And the mother was in jail doing 25 years. She got some slack because her husband gave the information that got a DC-8 confiscated with 9 tons of marijuana on board and 8 tons of cocaine on board. So there was $2.5–2.75 million of cash that was photographed on the crime scene that disappeared between West Memphis, Arkansas, and the crime lab in Little Rock. Nobody knows what happened to the $2+ million. A cab driver down the street had dated one of the older ladies, and he turned up dead. So, you know, you're trying to deal with a 13-year-old kid and put all this on him. And the murder weapon, which was a knife that was covered with blood, had several identifiable prints that weren't his. You know, wow, wee whoopee. So you get all kinds of things that go on. So sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. But the public is gullible. And the other point is this. When they started going to a 24/7 news format, you wound up with 1988, CNN was about to go bankrupt. It was almost throwing in the towel by 1990, but they had the Gulf War. Then they became very relevant, and everybody around the world was watching CNN because a cruise missile just flew by the 7th floor hotel room, made a sharp right bank at the end of the block, and then you could see the target flash, boom, where the explosion went off. And then what happened is a lot of people started going to 24/7, and there's not enough real news, so they started inventing news, talking heads looking at a burning cabin and saying, "What do you think happened, George?" "I don't know, Al." "Well, maybe, Al, what happened, the suspect was caught inside." "I don't know, George, that's a possibility. But maybe did somebody tell on him or something? I don't know." So you 45 minutes, you're looking at the same burning cabin that they're looking at, and they're speculating. And then they got the bright idea, when they got cell phones, they pick up on each and every incident of wrongdoing that in years past would have been ignored. And then sometimes, to get it in perspective, try this. Just get your calculating function up on your cell phone and divide 1 by 360 million and see what percentage it is. You get a whole bunch of zeros after the decimal before you get to a number. So what they're doing is taking statistical improbabilities and they're making it look like it is the rule. Now, it's bad enough even when it is a small thing, but you have to understand a lot of what's happening is that the public is being hyped because they want commercial success in selling the commercial ad spots, and they need people to view, so they have a viewing audience. Now, we get a lot of hype and news is not what it used to be.
Yeah, and speaking of death row, right? And have you heard about how Kamala she blocked evidence that could free an innocent man from death row? You heard about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's got a very high number of people that are in that situation. As I was alluding to earlier, if it's one occasion, okay, fine. Statistically, most DAs are not going to have that happen. And if it's a decent elected DA who is not one of these career prosecutors, it's going to trouble him. When you have somebody that has not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, but 10, 15, 16 instances that happen under their watch, something's wrong with what that person is doing. So I find it interesting that Kamala is sitting there doing what she did when they had the George Floyd riots. She's raising bond for the people to get out of jail so they can get right back out, get put back in. Whereas when she was a prosecutor, that was the exact opposite of what she was up to at the time. So which one is the real deal? See, I put, this system is crazy in the realities. I walked into a place to get a replacement jacuzzi for my house. The white guy that is the general manager runs up and he's just gushing over me. He's like 60-something. And he knocks $5,000 off the price of the jacuzzi. Shit, let me go buy this. Then I find out I gave him 12 years in the penitentiary for a drug case. But I talked to him about what he was doing. I just said, we're going to turn the record off. Let's talk. So you don't need to be in here, and you pled out to this 12 years. I frankly think you shouldn't need to gone to trial, but I know you got some other things. Now, somebody's going to kill you. He said, if you hadn't had that talk with me 30 years ago, I never would have, got this. Or people, black, white, brown, red, yellow, walk up to me in Memphis and say, Judge, you remember me? No. Well, you gave me some time. Did I give you enough, son? Yeah, but it's that thing about manhood that straightened me up. Now I got 7 grandchildren and 3 children, and all of them are doing well, been married for 28 years. Thank you. Hey, okay. You see, it's like, what are you doing? It's not so much that you're doing something to somebody. It's just what you do is perceived to have a purpose, and what did you do with it? Did you just sit there and you a vicious somebody that's trying to throw everybody in jail, or are you treating it like you're a village chieftain and you have to maintain law and order in your village, but meanwhile correct it and do something about it? See, prosecutors have an opportunity to do a great number of things to stop crime besides putting people in jail. So do criminal court judges. Some people badmouth it and call it social engineering, but sometimes that can be a positive process. Get people jobs, get them to thinking like men and women instead of helpless pawns, so they look at what's bad as an opportunity to become heroic by overcoming the adversity. See, you can work with people to set up things that will train them for jobs, that will get them out of this mess, get them set up with counseling. You can come up with things like I used to do, and sometimes I'd have a prosecutor that would go along with it, said, okay, this is a closed case. Tell you what the court's going to do. It's going to reserve ruling on this trial. Since it's a bench trial, there's no jury. The court will reset this for 8 months. And if you get through the following programs, which will require the so-and-so and so-and-so, when you come back in here, the court's going to render a not guilty verdict. Now, that understood by everybody? Well, Your Honor, we think under the circumstances that's okay. Or you get a situation where you have, this happened at Millington Naval Air Base. You have a sailor, a chief petty officer, and you got a gunny sergeant who is a Marine. the chief stabs the gunnery sergeant to death is over a woman. So they didn't want this to go to a jury trial because they wanted to say, we need somebody who will apply the law and bring common sense, and you can't always count on what a jury is going to do. So it's bench trial. So the father of the victim was there, and I found the defendant not guilty. Well, the father stood up and advanced toward the defendant, and I high signed the bailiffs. I thought there was going to be an incident. He stuck his hand out. He said, I told the stupid SOB somebody was going to kill him if he didn't stop this shit. No hard feelings. You did what you had to do. Now, see, that's something that people did not get before when it was in the newspapers, is all of this mess. Or I've had cases that went to trial in front of a jury, and the newspapers are in there and the family's in there and they want blood and they want somebody to go get the chair and all of this and the rest. And you've had a 2-week-long trial and the jury has a question. All right, bring everybody back in. Mr. Williams, would you see to it that the foreman reduces this to writing? You get the question. You keep a straight face and you poll the jury. Is this your question, sir? So and so and so, ma'am, blah, 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 blah. All right, the court will now publish the jury's question. Your Honor, if we think the victim deserved to die, do we have to convict the defendant? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please retire to the jury room and refer to your written instructions contained in trial jacket number so on and so on, and continue your deliberations and return such verdict as truth and justice dictate if you are able to do so without violence to your individual consciences. Thank you. Mr. Williams, please escort the jury back to the jury room. Now, everybody wants to see this guy on a fast track to the electric chair, and the jury just said they agree that the victim deserved killing. So there's a lot of that goes on that's not necessarily what the jury hypes it up to be. Had a situation one time, the jury was all upset about this horrible rape. The testimony is it occurred in the back seat of a convertible. All right? There was a gun, but the gun was in the victim's purse. The victim said she was worried about being pregnant, so she stopped, got up off of him. She was on top, stopped the rape, climbed over the side of the car, walked 30 yards to her car, took her keys, opened her passenger door, got 2 rubbers or prophylactics out of the glove compartment, locked her car, came back, climbed back into the rear of the car, put a prophylactic on the dude and climbed back on so the rape could continue. And she's got the gun in her purse. Like, yeah, really? Jury didn't stay out long to acquit before they acquitted the guy, but I mean, it was one of these things that the papers were playing off as a real horrible incident. So what do you say about that kind of thing? See, these are the realities of the real world, and it's not necessarily playing into the entertainment value that news often has for the public these days.
Yeah, that's real talk. And Titty Jakes, you made a comment saying that he a pulpit pimp.
Well, I had a grandfather that was a big-time preacher, and I know what that is, and I do not approve of who's going to donate $1,000, who's going to tithe $1,000. Everybody $1,000 in the line right here. Who's got 500? You know, if you're saving souls, why are you getting paid for it? And I don't like that. I don't care who you are. I had an uncle that was a preacher and a grandfather that was a preacher. Matter of fact, the grandfather was a disciple of Bishop Mason here in Memphis and took Kojic from Memphis to Kansas City, opened up their first church up there in 1896. And I knew him. Hell, I was in law school the last time I saw him. He lived to be 100 plus, so, you know, ain't nothing personal against Jakes. It's just these people need their money, and you don't need to be collecting it to become filthy rich. You are doing something like what somebody does, say, working for the public defender's office. They're trying to ensure justice. Somebody who's doing pro bono work as a lawyer, or somebody who is a doctor, to say, you know, hey, I've got some samples. I know you can't afford this prescription. Here. See, you help out, but when somebody does certain things, I also take it into this context. 35 years ago, I was in a position of being one of the attorneys for the Black Baptist Ministers Alliance here in Memphis. And I know some of the things that some of those Baptist ministers who were my clients were doing was not stuff that preachers ought to be doing. So when I make a comment like that, it's in context of, I can't talk about them individually if I represented them, but they know, most of them now dead, knew damn good and well they were sinful, doing wrong, and they were being greedy, and they had no business doing what they were doing. And I would sometimes say, man, you need to get that money back to your congregation. There's no way in hell you need to be doing what you're doing. So that's just me.
Right, right. So you feel like he's a pulpit pimp, but ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nah, we got a lot of them.
Well, there's something wrong with it, but he ain't the only one, pretty much. It's a lot of
Well, yeah,
people
I mean,
doing what
it's
they're doing.
wrong with the practice, but it's like, sorry, the only time I had been in his presence was along with Steve Harvey. We independently got invited there to talk to a group they had thousands of people in there. And I'm talking to this group about criminal justice, and I'm finding out what they're paying to be in there to listen to me. And I'm going, what? You know, I'm doing this for the studio because they said it was a good PR thing, and he's charging big money to come in there and listen to me. Or a certain, I'll call his name, Al Green, right here in Memphis. He's a preacher. He can't preach, he delivers gospel. So he asked me to do the 11 o'clock service for him one week, one Sunday. I go in there and I deliver the 11 o'clock services for him. He tells me he forgot to get the secretary to sign the check. I said, okay, I'll have my secretary call yours. Well, when my secretary called his, she said, we gave the Reverend cash. He coked it up. So I found him. I said, dude, man, what time is this? I don't play that. Oh, Judge Brown, I tell you what, I just apologize. It's a weakness. I swear I'll make it up to you. And he gave me a figure. If you come one more time, instead of $1,500 a hit, I'll pay you $5,000 for both. All right? I show up to his church, and he's in his ecclesiastical robes, and I'm up there in his pulpit with him. He says, excuse me, I have something momentarily to deal with. I'll be right back. He comes back in about 10 minutes. He's got on some red patent leather boots, a red suit, a red shirt, a red tie, a red pimp hat, and a fake ankle-length fur coat with all kinds of rings on. Judge Brown will be able to handle these services, but I have to attend to an emergency with one of the people that is part of this congregation. You'll understand. He had handed me this envelope that looked like it had the requisite amount of cash in it. And I went ahead and did the 11 o'clock services for him. And since these were my constituents, I wasn't about to open the money up in the pulpit and say no. But when I opened it up after services, it was notebook paper cut up to be the same size as money. So every time I saw that fool at an airport, I said, "Where's my money?" He'd literally turn around and start running down the concourse. Now he's too fat to do it, but you see, that ain't the way to do it. Now I tell on him because there are consequences. He owes me $5,000. It's been 28 years he hadn't paid up. And he avoids me. So it happens. Preachers are not what they ought to be.
Yeah, man, a lot of these preachers are frauds, man. They definitely go against the word they preach.
And another thing, too, it's called the responsibility of the office you hold. It's not just about making money. There's a higher calling to some of these offices. For example, I do this show with Dana Cumberlander. It's called The Real Dana. We do a Man Up thing on Monday and Thursday, all right? I do a Twitter space or X space with her on Tuesday. She's kind of like a stepdaughter to me. And I'm a little older than a real daddy. She stays with him, or he stays with her, depending upon the circumstances. And I do a thing on Friday with Valerie Denise Jones, the Judge Joe Brown show. It's called in, and then she syndicates it on iHeartRadio the following week. Well, okay. We've been doing investigations of what's going on down in Fulton County. And our chief of police here, a woman, got fired in Fulton County, Georgia, for improprieties. She wound up getting hired from Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, here in Memphis. She brings in her assistant chief from Fulton County. And he resigned 2 weeks ago because it was found he doesn't even live in Memphis. He lives 7 to 8 hours away in Atlanta. And then the chief of police, who worked with the two of them from Fulton County and Chattanooga, got arrested and thrown in jail on a 17-count indictment 3 weeks ago. She made the bond and she's out now, but she lost the job. They all work together. And then we're getting into what's going on with Fannie Willis and that thing where they prosecuted the rap group for organized crime, and the judge got removed on that one, which I think was properly done. And then they got the conviction against the teachers unit for organized crime. And then they tried to go against Trump and 18 defendants for organized crime, and all of that's on hold. And then what we are discovering is a real dumb crooks thing. Fannie got up and she insisted on testifying when she walked in with her dress on backwards, upside down, and her underwear inappropriate. And the judge said, "Ma'am, we were debating on whether or not there was any need for you to testify. I'm going to testify." And she pulled off what now holds the record for the dumbest crook Fifth Amendment stunt I've ever seen. This is the head prosecutor, and that woman incriminated herself in about 3 pages worth of criminal activity. And now I'm looking at $7-some million that were designated by the state to catch up on delinquent prosecutions is now missing. They've got a rule in Georgia that if you're charged with a felony, you have to be indicted before 45 days are up, and you've got people that have been in there for months. There's $2 million that's missing and unaccounted for that's supposed to be catching up with sexual crimes. There's $500,000 of money missing that was supposed to be for dealing with juvenile matters and coming up with alternatives for them. So that's $10 million missing and unaccounted for. And what's going on between some of the people on the city council, town council for Fulton, well, county commission for Fulton County, which is a part of Atlanta, Georgia, and this looks like money laundering and real organized crime stuff. Okay, you've got all of these cash payments, and it looks like they're laundering money with that. You've got a thing where there is a fiduciary duty for lawyers operating in a court to inform the judge of circumstances. They claim that the affair arose after he got the appointment, which actually, for ethical reasons, makes it worse than if it had originated on the front end. The preachers have been inviting her in to speak from their pulpit, and of course, they're dumping on her as a sister girl, a black woman, because she's a black woman, but there's nobody to dump on her because guess what? There's nobody over her. She has the final say on what gets paid out. She has no boss but the people. So with Wade, what happens is nobody but her oversees what Wade was getting paid back. So he got $720,000 and the matter hadn't even been sent to trial. So was this cash payout stuff laundering so they could split the money? Now, to give it perspective, the president of the United States doesn't get paid but $400 and some thousand a year as in salary. The Attorney General of the United States gets paid about $300,000. The Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court gets $250,000, and this man got paid $720,000 tax money that looks like, allegedly, she and he split, and there was a possibility of him billing and the billing getting approved between $6 and $8 million had he stayed on the case. So I'm looking at that and I'm going, does anybody realize what they're looking at? And there are 5 bar complaints she's got to answer, which is from bar associations about wrongdoing and unethical practices. She's refusing to respond to a subpoena issued by the state legislative body to come talk about it. It's like, what happened here? We have some rap stars, and then she's allegedly had an affair with one of the people involved in the rap mess. And it's like, allegedly, and she campaigned saying she had had an affair with her predecessor as the DA, and she swore up and down this would never happen again if she got elected, but yet you find her having an affair with Wade when she said her previous boss had had the affair with her. And then you find as her dad, who I went to law school with, by the way, he's a nice guy. He's down brother. I mean, he didn't play. He took care of business way back when in the 60s. John Floyd, good man, good lawyer, tried several thousand cases. He's no rookie. Was in working with the UN in some legal matters, stuff that you'd expect conscientious black lawyers to do to make a difference. And as he said, she was living with this guy who had a government job during the day. I don't remember what it was, but he was a DJ at night. Then we find while she's shacking with this guy, she's slipping out with Wade when we get his radio records. And then she is sitting there dealing with a married man, and these preachers are inviting her into the pulpit to whine about they picking on her because she's a sister girl. No. You didn't answer to anybody. You had no white people over you. No white folk were in charge of you. You just answered to the people, and you betrayed their trust. So what time is this? Where does this go? And preacher, don't you have any obligation to say, no, you know, what you're talking about and admit you're doing, that's not right. I mean, it's a digression, but you know.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Tina Turner, what was your issue with her? You call her a witch?
Yeah. I'll tell you why. See, I was defending Ike. Why was I defending Ike? Because when I was in 6th grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, junior high school, in South Central L.A., me and my homeboys, we'd go play at the playground or something, and Ike would drive by in his Rolls Royce with his homeboy. He'd stop. He'd go get his homeboy to go get hamburgers and fries. He'd sit there and talk to us for 2 hours, tell us to be drug-free, stay in school, keep your stuff together. He'd talk to us about the problems we were having. You know, he was always a nice guy. And then Tina had a matching Rolls Royce. The windows are tinted. If you wave at Ike, he'd roll the window down and smile at you, stop and talk. Unless he'd say, I'm busy, guys, you know, like, I'll be back. You know, how long you gonna be here? You know, and he'd come back, just like you said. Tina would start calling you greasy, black, pickaninny, she didn't give you permission to talk to her. Like, damn. You know, she called you all kinds of bad things. And this isn't one or two instances, because Ike, you know, he was out there doing what people are supposed to do about uplifting the community. You talk about the young men out there that need some guidance. Ike was always out there telling us to be straight, stay in school, work hard, and it's all about your mind, not how much you can hustle. What are you doing to make a difference? And we saw him get brutalized by that woman, get hit with objects and stuff. It ain't like, you know, like we're looking like, damn, did you see how she hit him with that thing? I know that hurt. Now, it isn't that he wouldn't hit back, but we always saw her started. And she had a horrible attitude. And then finally, the last time I saw this, I'm standing about less than the distance from here to this wall in the room, standing in line at Vaughn's Market on Crenshaw, right at the railroad tracks. I was in college, and there was some young ladies who were attending my former high school, Dorsey High, and they had on the sweatshirts. And Tina was about 4 people up in the line, and it was 4 of these young girls, and they were whispering, is that Tina Turner? Oh, my God, it is, it is. So one of them got enough nerve to say, Miss Tina, may I speak? She called her a bitch and said, oh, I didn't give you permission to talk to me. I'll slap the black off of you. Don't you dare talk to me without my permission. And the girls started crying. I said, damn. So, I mean, when they had that stuff like what's love got to do with it, and they put all that stuff out, I said, damn, man, that's cold the way they doing the brother. And he had 2 cases in my court. We did real live arbitration under California Supreme Court's blessing. You know, we're doing real contract arbitration. You know what the 2 cases he had were? He and his wife, they had a trust fund that they set up. And out of the fund, they were paying for women to escape abuseful spouses and boyfriends. If they left, it was a gift. If they went back twice, it was a loan. So they're in there getting the money back as a loan because the particular women in question went back to the abusing boyfriend or former spouse. So that's what they were doing. It's not that, you know, there wasn't violence on both sides, but if you grew up in L.A., my generation, you know, Ike was a good guy. He did that kind of stuff that we tell artists, you know, you need to go back there and start straightening these boys out, talk to them, counsel them, you know, tell them what time life is. So we saw what happened. So that's why I said what I said. It wasn't particularly being vicious to her. It's just like Ike talked to me, by the way, after the episodes aired and he could talk under FCC guidelines. I ran into him at a place called Spago's. It's an upscale restaurant in Beverly Hills. So we're talking. He said, Judge, I swear, I didn't know they were going to do that. I didn't have any hard feelings. I signed off on the release. I didn't know they were going to make me this kind of demon. You know, it's not that we didn't have things. I said, brother, and then I ran down, you were there? I said, yeah. I said, and remember that thing up in Baldwin Hills? You remember the time you came next door and all these brothers over there playing football for Dorsey, and there was a barbecue going on in your neighbors, and she hit you across the back of the head with the rake? when you were down there and she was cussing at you because you had a mental block and you said, yeah. You were there? I said, yeah. He said, I remember that. Said, now you chased her down the street afterwards throwing Coke bottles at her, but she whacked the devil out of you with that rake. But I'm a just man. I couldn't let that go unaddressed where you made this guy that was a hero to so many young men because he talked to us, badmouth him, and he's dead, not here to defend himself. See, it's like, and then I give you context too. You run into, a long time ago, you run into somebody, hey man, what you doing? Oh man, I'm a barber, man, I got it together. Hey man, congratulations. It was marginal coming out of John Muir Junior High School, man, on Vermont and 62nd in LA. Brother, yeah, man, it was awful, yeah. You made it. Yeah, man, I'm so glad. You know what helped me? And this is before this stuff even came an issue. Ike, man, you remember Ike? We used to come talk to us? Yeah. That helped you too? Yeah, man, it kept me some focus, man. And I'd every time I'd start drifting, I'd be listening to Ike in my head about stay straight, man. So I said, yeah, I'm a barber, man. So I've gone and got my college degree, used my barber earnings to pay for my education, man. It's some, yeah, man, I thank that, brother. And this is long time before I had that show, but you get these stories. So just out of righteousness, you can't let that somebody be turned into a demon that has a whole lot to be said about what he did to help.
Yeah, that's real talk. I get it, man. I get it. How you feel about the situation that Diddy in?
Let's say this. Something else is going on. They didn't raid, they searched with a warrant his premises on the West Coast, right? They searched his premises on the East Coast in Florida, right? On the same property that the premises was located that they searched in Florida, he had a second mansion. They didn't touch that one. Why not? And when they walk out of there, they got a small trash bag and they have a medium-sized cardboard box. What was it they seized that would fit into those items? I have a sneaking suspicion from my background in criminal defense that what they seized was some evidence that was very incriminating to other people. Now, after they seized the evidence, they had no probable cause to arrest him on any crime. He hasn't been indicted. They talked to him at an airport before he got on a private jet to fly to an island that has no extradition agreement with the United States. Have you heard anybody trying to prosecute him?
Not at all.
So what did they do? See, the feds are interesting. Who served the search warrant?
Homeland Security.
Now, what the hell do they have to do with that? That's a FBI mandate. See, Homeland Security deals with natural and man-made disasters. They deal with terrorist activity. Where does it come in to deal with sexual misconduct? That's the FBI, who came into existence to get Jack Johnson and set the foundation for the Mann Act, which was taking women across state lines for illicit purposes. They wanted to get Jack Johnson because he had a white wife and he took her with her friend girls across state lines to party. That's what they went after R. Kelly with. The Mann Act most recently. That's the FBI. So what are they investigating? Supposedly sexual misconduct? Why the hell do they have Homeland Security doing the search warrant when the FBI is just attending and watching? That's FBI business. See, the feds have this thing that when they want to cover for something, they'll say they were there serving a search warrant for something that has nothing to do with their jurisdiction. One of the ones that always makes me laugh is the FBI serves a search warrant because they're investigating somebody from what is a state crime. The FBI doesn't investigate for state crimes, they investigate for federal crimes. What they're trying to do is get evidence on somebody else and give the person they're getting it from a cover so nobody comes back on them, or they're trying to find something that hooks them up so they can coerce them into being a witness for the federal government against somebody the feds want. Now, what is the connection that you get? Some people came to these parties and maybe they got compromised, and it ain't pretty what would come out. Now, I say this in context. October 2022 or November, Fox had me up in New Jersey as the judge on a mock trial with the 3 laptops. We swore in the technician, and the Hunter laptop wasn't 1 laptop, it was 3. He downloaded the entire contents. Myself, a former New York prosecutor who was in defense work, and another former New York prosecutor who was also in defense work. One represented the defense, one represented the prosecution, and we went over it. There's a whole lot of incriminating stuff in those laptops, including emails between Biden and his son where they're talking about, did your clients look in the black box behind the vet? Did they like what they saw? Those classified documents. And also, from what I was reading, one of the things about why the classified documents weren't turned over to the archivist is because they had incriminating evidence against the Biden-Obama administration. So why turn the evidence against the crooks over to the crooks so they get control? That's the same thing also that was suggested from those laptops, that something was going on that Diddy had some information on that they wanted to get out of his hands. Yeah. See, and by the way, the case on was going on in Florida until they put the immunity on it is United States Department of the Navy versus EGAN, EGAN, 1988, decided by the U.S. Supreme Court. It said under the Constitution, since the president is the commander-in-chief of the military and the chief diplomat of the United States, he has absolute and unqualified immunity and power and authority to classify anything he chooses, even if he overrides generals to classify it, or declassify it, even if he overrides generals or anybody else. In any fashion he chooses, he can do it partially or impartially. There are multiple concurring opinions, and several of them compare the power and authority he has to his power to pardon or commute sentence. It's absolute, unquestioned. Nobody can call him to account for it. So the other thing that they cite is Marbury versus Madison, 1803. One of the most famous cases in American history that stands for the proposition that if Congress passes an unlawful act, unconstitutional act, the president is not bound to follow it. So when they passed that part that set up the archivist, it intruded on his authority under the U.S. Constitution. It's unconstitutional because they cannot infringe on the authority of the president through a legislative thing because it's a constitutional issue. So that case was dead in the water. But why do you have that case? Because Biden and Stennis, way back in the early 80s, passed some procedural legislation that allowed federal prosecutors to intentionally bring cases against people they knew could not be sustained by a guilty verdict or a verdict on appeal for the purpose of destroying that person, or if in the U.S. attorney's opinion, that person was a discomfiture or a threat to the policies of the administration, they could oppress and persecute that person to keep them out of the way. And that's what you have. So that's where the immunity goes on that one. So that's dead. And that thing with, the thing with Biggs up in New York, what's his name? The one that he got convicted on the 34 counts. Every trial lawyer I know that looked at that said the judge was way wrong. He should have excused himself. I've been listening to decades worth of lectures about judges need to recuse yourself. If your spouse, one of your children has an interest in the outcome of an action before you, you're supposed to bail on it. He didn't. The other thing is, remember when I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are the judges of the law and of the facts under the direction of the court. The judge did not charge the jury with the proper law under New York law. One of the things is you cannot bribe somebody to conceal a crime if there's no crime to be concealed. In other words, as part of the crime, the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was an underlying offense that hush money was being paid out to hush. The thing of it is if you have to pay somebody hush money to be quiet and it doesn't involve criminal activity, you got blackmailed. So what effectively is going on is Stormy Daniels blackmailed Trump, and instead of prosecuting her for blackmailing somebody, they prosecuted the victim of the blackmail. I think what they did is they threatened to prosecute her for blackmail if she didn't cooperate. The other thing, letting in all that salacious stuff about sex and how it went down, that was totally irrelevant to the case. That thing about other sexual activity was totally irrelevant to the case, because the issue was, one, first off, was there a crime that was to be hushed? There was no crime. She said, I wasn't raped, it was consensual, I wasn't drunk, I wasn't high. So it was a consensual matter. That's not a criminal act. So there was no crime to be hushed. So you cannot be convicted of being paid hush money to hush something that's not a crime. You got blackmailed. The other thing is the corporate entity gets brought in and he didn't properly charge the law. There was a gag order from a civil court saying that the corporation and Trump and anybody involved were not to say anything about what the basis for the settlement was. So if they had given an explicit revelation under the filings, it would have violated the gag order. So in other words, they effectively got indicted and convicted for following another court's orders. That's not going to lay. So Bragg, that's who did it. Yeah.
So what do you think Diddy should do? Do you think he should try to get out the country? Or like, what would you do if you was him?
They can get him. I don't think he's going to need to go get out of the country. I wouldn't say that. I would say no, they aren't after him. They got what they wanted, which from what I read on the laptops, the downloaded laptops, the downloads of the laptops, they wanted to get from him incriminating evidence against certain other people. And it wasn't Donald Trump.
Yeah, that makes sense. That make a lot of sense. Obama, you made a comment about him being the richest U.S. president and he never did anything for black people. Can you go more into detail about that comment?
Yeah, well, look this person up. Samuel Hinckley, Hinkley. An interesting individual. 7 of his descendants were U.S. presidents. 1 was a U.S. vice president. 1 was a candidate for U.S. vice president. 1 you find is a notorious billionaire, and 1's a famous actor. Now, let's deal with Barack Obama and how he gets to be so wealthy. His grandfather, maternal grandfather, was first cousin to George Herbert Walker Bush, President of the United States. George Herbert Walker Bush and Obama's maternal grandfather were nephews of George Herbert Walker, after whom the first Bush president was named. George Herbert Walker founded Halliburton in 1946. Halliburton was into energy development. George Walker Bush, the son of George Herbert Walker, was president of the United States. He was a cousin of Barack Obama, who at the time, most of the time, was known as Barry Soetoro. Barry Soetoro was his stepfather. All right? Hold that for a minute. Dick Cheney was not flunky to George W. Bush. He had been CEO of Halliburton, but he was CEO of his uncle's corporation. And he was also George W. Bush's cousin, and he was George Herbert Walker Bush's cousin, and he was also Barack Obama's cousin. Now, when Barack Obama ran against McCain for president, McCain's vice presidential candidate was also a cousin. So Obama was running against McCain and his cousin for being president. And all of them are beneficiaries of the funds that Halliburton set up. They have a financial interest in the stake of Halliburton. In 2001, when you got that 911 thing, what was going on is in 2003, George Herbert Walker Bush, a cousin to everybody involved, said that weapons of mass destruction were in Iraq. What had happened before 911 is Halliburton, the family company, was negotiating with Hussein and the Iraqi government to get the monopoly on oil exploitation in Iraq. Hussein signed a contract with the French and the Russians. So when we kind of prevailed in 2007, Halliburton got the contract without bid to exploit Iraqi oil. And the last I checked, which is about 10, 12 years ago, Halliburton was netting $2.3 million every 7 hours of the day. And that's a lot of money. That's a net, not a gross. And that's what the Bush family enterprise got. If we go back to 1990, what goes on is when Hussein invades Kuwait, he nationalizes everything, and incorporated in Kuwait is Zapata Offshore Oil, Inc., which is a holding company for all of the Bush and Walker family enterprises. They were effectively broke. So when we prevailed in Gulf War I, the Bush and Walker family were not broke. Now, let's go back to Barry Soetoro's stepfather, Lolo Soetoro, which isn't his real name. Lolo Soetoro had been international executive vice president for Standard Oil. He had also run the death squads for the Indonesian government, caught up with what wound up happening in an attempted coup that went on from 1958 to 1961. It seems that The Hague had an indictment against Lolo Soetoro for crimes against humanity for killing 500,000 people that the U.S. prevented from being served on him because at the time in question, Lolo Soetoro was subcontracting with the CIA to operate the intelligence services in North Vietnam, North Korea, Cambodia, Laos, and in the People's Republic of China for the CIA. Lolo Soetoro's new mother-in-law, who was grandmother on the maternal side to Barack Obama was dispensing CIA funds to Lolo Soetoro to carry out these operations in the Northwest Pacific area. Lolo Soetoro was also running the oil business in Indonesia. Standard Oil wanted to get in and take it over, but they couldn't under American law. And at the time, they thought Indonesia sat on top of the world's largest oil reserves. So Lolo Soetoro, who was now the godfather of Indonesian oil, who also ran the death squads, had plenty of muscle, so he captured the oil industry in Indonesia, and when he died, supposedly of the cumulative effects of 3 separate car wrecks, he was allegedly one of the 10 or 15 richest men on earth. He left everything to a trust fund in Indonesia that the American government can't touch, and it had 3 equal beneficiaries: Barry Soetoro, aka Barack Obama, and his 2 half-siblings, one of whom died, so the children of that sibling got 1/3 of the estate. The surviving half-brother got 1/3, and Barack Obama got 1/3 of the estate of one of the world's richest men. And Business Insider, I believe it was 2017, reported his net income for that year at $580 million after all expenses, on his first draw from his trust fund of a bit over $1 billion. So even Trump doesn't have those kind of cash assets available. Now you can see some of the things he did. Remember the Gulf oil rig blowout that caused all of the billions of dollars of damages? Well, they indicted 23 BP executives, and Obama pardoned them before their arraignment under his pardoning power. Why was he interested? His trust fund was a large investor in British Petroleum. So you see all of this money going on. So you had President Bush, Vice President Dick Cheney. You had President Barack Obama, candidate for Vice President Sarah Palin. They're all kinfolk. You had the CEO of Halliburton, an energy corporation, is uncle to all of them. So what do you get when you add all of this up? Somebody quipped on X, are you trying to say it was a Game of Thrones? Yeah, exactly. That's just what it looked like. Now, it's nothing new in American history. There's the Addams family. 2 Adams, father and son, were presidents of the United States. There is the Roosevelt family, where an uncle and a nephew were presidents of the United States. We know about the Kennedys, that political dynasty. We know about the Clintons. We had Bill Clinton and his wife running for president. Now we had the Bushes. That's one of those families. So what have we got here? We have all of these family interests who are involved in high-level politics. It's a little incestuous.
Yeah, he definitely is. Did you see the opening to the Olympics?
That was ridiculous. Well, if you want an explanation for today's politics, it's not really political. We have, under our system, they have a right to try to do this. We have the rainbow cult. Some LGBTQIA practitioners, and I don't care whether you're gay or not, get your freak on in your bedroom. That's your business. But we have a cult, and that cult is attempting to impose itself as the official faith of the United States. You can't take Christianity, you can't take Judaism, you can't take Hinduism, you can't take Islam, you can't take Confucianism, you can't take Sikh religions and impose it on the people. But you can take rainbow all day long, and you can plaster the hallways, the classrooms, the sidewalks, the crosswalks, the buildings, the White House, the Capitol building. You can force people to put up with it. You can fly the symbol, the rainbow flag, onto the American flag on government flag poles. You can put that stuff that the rest of the world hates out on the front with the opening act for the Olympics, and nobody's supposed to be able to do anything about it. That's imposition of a faith on the country. And what do we have? We have a right to be free from somebody forcing a religion, faith, a cult, a discipline, a way of life, or anything on us. So what is going on with American politics is you have the acolytes, the disciples, etc., of a new faith trying to impose this on the public. You have a conglomeration that started off 55 years ago of lesbians, L, gays, G, bisexuals. They added the T, the trans thing, which really disturbs a lot of homosexuals, I'm advised. And then you got the whole thing with the rest of the alphabet, the questioning or queer. You've got the intersectionality, and they have allied with pedophilia. They've allied with this thing with the transsexual bit. And I have lesbian acquaintances who said they detest that. They like pretty girls, and here's something they think is pretty girl, and it's still got a dick. They don't like that. Or some guy talking about he's dealing with a guy, he likes guys, and it turns out to be a girl masquerading as a guy. You've completely destroyed girl watching and boy watching because nobody knows what they're looking at. To ally with the pedophile, you have a whole lot of gay folk that have some very bad memories of getting turned out by some pervert who was a pedophile, and they don't like that thing. So as one person that I used to work with out in L.A., he swings, but as he said, just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you support Branch Davidian or you supported Reverend Jim Jones serving Kool-Aid at large church picnics. Just because you are a Muslim doesn't mean you support Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Just because somebody's gay doesn't mean they support the rainbow cult. So under the name of being fair to gay folk, you are supposed to be indulgent of the LGBTQIA cult, which is something entirely different. Now, as far as your freedom in the bedroom, I can tell you it's funny. A couple of cases I had as a defense lawyer way back 1979 and 1980. I'll just relay one of them and you'll get the point. This guy had been married just 2 years to this woman, and they broke up. So he kept the house he had had for 6 years before he got married. She was ordered to return the keys. She didn't return all of them, and she wanted to go by the house and get some stuff out of there. So she drives by on the lunch hour, drives around the block, doesn't see any cars there, because dude and his girlfriend parked around the block, walked around. So she takes her key, goes in, and she finds her ex-husband and his new girlfriend on the couch going down on each other. So she steps out on the front porch. There's a cop driving by. She flags them down. The cop goes in, busts both of them for unnatural sex acts. 3 to 15 years in the state penitentiary for having mutual oral sex voluntarily. So it got funny. One old white guy on the jury said, "Wait a minute, Lawyer Brown, is you saying that if you goes down on your wife like my wife and I go down on each other, we can get 3 to 15 years in the penitentiary?" The judge said, "That's exactly right. Now you have a Fifth Amendment right. I'd suggest you remain quiet." Said, "Jesus Christ, what are we here for?" So anyway, they acquitted the guy, but it was jury nullification because they had him dead to rights. But, I mean, damn. See, that's cause 2 adults, heterosexual, were busted for their sexual activities in the bedroom. So I'm firmly of the opinion that's been 45 years ago. You know, what you do in your bedroom is your own damn business. But when you start getting out of it and you got to float and, honey, go up there and pull the man's thing, he wants you to pull his thing for him, you know, that's getting a little out of hand. So it is what it is. So we have politics where, for some reason, the Democratic Party seems to have embraced the rainbow cult, and you have Trump looked at as the Baba Yaga who's trying to stop that, which is in the context of so many people in mainstream media and in Hollywood swinging along with the cult, they hate him as an enemy. So we don't really have politics on issues. We have politics on passion. And the people that are solidly behind this run the number one propaganda engine in the world, which is Hollywood. So they're doing this thing where they create a villain. They've taken somebody that black folk who are into something, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, all of the black civil rights leaders, all of the rap artists, all of the black entertainers, they love to hang with Trump. He didn't do anything any differently now, but the media has made him a Baba Yaga, so everybody thinks he's a pariah because tell a lie long enough and loud enough, you can get anybody to believe it. And they've been telling that tale for a long damn time. And we have our loyal people who no longer understand that politics is supposed to be about benefit. Politics to them becomes a team that you can be on, somebody you're supposed to be perpetually loyal to. So if anybody on your team is doing something, you rally around the damn flag, and whatever seems to be offensive to the people that speak for your team, you're supposed to go against whether or not it makes practical sense for you. Now, black voters need to understand something that black voters used to understand, and every other ethnic group understands. What you do in politics is exclusively about benefits, and every now and then you show a political party that presumes your loyalty that it's not about loyalty, it's about delivering results. So, 4 years, you can spare that even if it's bad, so you go and support the other party just to show one party that you mean business. Now, the black voter has an interesting situation. No matter what the Democratic Party does not do for them, they'll get their support. No matter what the Republican Party may try to do for them, they won't get their support. That means essentially neither party has an incentive to do a damn thing for you because one gets your support no matter what, and the other one will not get your support no matter what. So you just maintain whatever they feel like giving you, and it kind of works out in a strange way. You've seen those commercials for World Wildlife Fund and ASPCA. Oh, poor Oscar. He's chained in his kennel in the backyard, and this winter will be cold and he won't know love. Send $19 a month to ASPCA so this animal can know love. The tiger once used to be king of the jungle, now no more. He's threatened with extinction. Send $19 a month to the World Wildlife Fund. Well, Jamal, he's down and out, and he has been to prison, and he's a victim of white supremacy. Send $19 a month to the Save a Negro Fund so he can know love. It gets downright ridiculous.
Yeah, it does. You're right, man. But what was your instant reaction when you seen that at the Olympics?
It's like, here it goes. See, I know people abroad, and they tell me what they think about these things. Joseph, what the hell are they doing, man? Do they not understand that we detest and despise this? What are they trying to do to us? I don't know, man. It's crazy, isn't it? So what are you trying to do? This looks like the Catholic Church burning, heretics at the stake. This looks like the Crusades. This looks like jihad. This looks like Exodus, where you exterminated everybody coming up out of Egypt, a form of ethnic cleansing because they didn't believe in monotheism. What is this? This looks like something that doesn't work. This looks like what the Nazis did because you were inconvenient and there was the master race and you were Untermenschen, Untermensch, under people, subhuman. This is what this looks like. You've got actualites and people who are disciples, and they're spreading the righteous faith where we hate each other, we hate ourselves, we have no obligation to be what we were born. We hate ourselves so badly we can mutilate our bodies to become something else. And we're fluid. I mean, it's your right if you want to. That's the American way. But it doesn't mean that it's the thing we ought to support. And then, by the way, look at what's happening with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter until it became X. They still lapse back sometimes. YouTube, you can't say certain things. Not where it's pornographic. You can have full frontal nudity, in and out, all kinds of freak, perverted stuff. It doesn't make anybody any difference. But say something that's outside of the party line and you get slapped down, restricted, you get demonetized and every other damn thing. YouTube banned me permanently. Not YouTube, Facebook banned me permanently. I had the maximum number of friends, and guess what? I'd never posted anything. They did it because they said I wasn't me, and then I kept insisting, and they said it was because of my postings on X. And I've never posted anything pornographic. It's always been political or social commentary. So, in other words, you can't say that kind of thing that the First Amendment is designed to protect. It might hurt somebody's feelings. Oh my God, you're shaming somebody. No guilt. Well, that's how humans control themselves, shame and guilt, but you're not supposed to do that. So anything you want to do is okay. Just go do it. Doesn't care. You have no standards, no duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability. You don't have to make where you live a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, sense of purpose and cause. You don't have to make where you live a place of public peace, dignity, and order. Anything you want to do, you can do it. You can turn around and be a coward and run. You can sit there and fake anything out you want to do. You have no obligations. That is not how humanity got from cave to condo. And take masculinity out of the equation. One of the reasons we have such hell in the hood and in the hallway is there's no manhood out there. They don't teach these brothers, these young white guys, these young Asian guys, these young Mexican guys, these young Native Americans, how to be men, how to have a fist fight, shake hands afterwards and leave it. They don't teach people to be logical, reasonable, rational, and under self-control. It's all about the sanctity and sacred nature of your emotions. Express yourself. Men need to learn to be in touch with their emotions, to cry and shout and let it all hang out instead of being so uptight and under such self-control. Now, last I checked, all of these animals, species, and stuff are endangered. Why? Because we are killing them, right? We kill better than anything else ever been on this planet. It's in our DNA. We are the apex predator on the planet Earth. We eat anything we feel like eating, kill anything we feel like killing for sport. There's nothing that can resist us. Bacteria may take us out, but you can't see them. So this thing that kills better than anything else it's going to be like any other predator. It kills itself. Lions kill each other, tigers kill each other, panthers kill each other, alligators and crocodiles kill each other, sharks kill each other, etc. You name it. How do they deal with maintaining some stability within their species without killing themselves off? They have culture which may be very primitive or more complicated. But we teach these cultures. It's socialization and acculturation. When you do not acculturate and socialize the male child from infancy about the duty and obligations and accountabilities of being a man who is part of the apex predator caste for the planet Earth, you have trouble. You want to protect him, but if you don't condition him to what's inside of him, that ravening beast that can kill all other beasts is going to still be there, and it comes out when least expected. That's what I was talking about, what happens out there on the streets when you got cop and citizen out there. We don't teach people how to deal with that beast anymore, so it's in hiding, and it comes, and then it goes at each other.
I gotta ask you about this. You can tell me if it's true or not. Did you hear about how Kamala, she arrested over 1,500 people over weed? I mean, 1,500 is insane, man. That's true.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. She was giving out the stiffest sentences in the United States for simple possession of marijuana, and always to black defendants. Oakland, that's up there in the Bay Area. Some in San Francisco, and a very few in Berkeley. And Richmond and Oakland. My in-laws lived in Richmond. They lived on a street where by the time my father-in-law died up there, and my mother-in-law moved, a guy had been shot to death standing on the sidewalk directly across the street from them. They lived 3 houses from the corner. 2 people had been shot to death on the corner on the side of the house they were on, where their house is. Somebody had been shot to death on the opposite corner, and 4 people had been shot on their street and killed in 5 years of when my mother-in-law moved out of there. They didn't want to leave the place, but you know, this is the kind of crazy stuff, and nobody had a daddy around there. Nobody's teaching them masculinity. Nobody's saying, hey, you don't do this. And by the way, when I was on the bench, I got elected to 2 8-year terms, but they did a study over a 10-year period on recidivism. And I got, to an extent, it has something to do with why I got that show. I made the claim to fame because the statewide recidivism rate for felonies was over 80%, but in my courtroom, by the time I retired, it had dropped down to 18%, and it was falling. What was it I did to change this picture? I did a thing which is, not only did I patrol the streets all by myself. Hey, man, come over here. Hey, man, who you? Oh, didn't I tell you you were supposed to be in at 10 o'clock? I wasn't playing with you. I will see you behind day after tomorrow at 10. Write your name down. I dare you not to show up. And they'd come in and I'd straighten them out. Or on the other hand, what I'd wind up doing is I'd counsel them. And when I counseled them, that was the important thing, I put manhood in them. Well, Judge, we get jacked around. No, you're not. You did good. What do you mean you did good? Because I straightened up? No. Ain't nobody wants your ass to straighten up. Keep going to crime. You necessary. What you mean? You saying I did good by committing crime? Yeah, we want you to, dude. You good for business. See, if you commit crime, we get to lock your ass up, and there are not enough jobs to go around, so we put you in the people warehouse instead of the grain silo, so you don't glut the job market, because job market is a commodity like wheat, corn, cotton. You know that. It's down in next to Mississippi. And plus, Officer Jackson, how much you make with overtime last year? $183,000. Man, you make $183,000. It's been 25, 30 years ago. Yeah, man. How you make that money? Because we down there dealing with your trifling behind. Damn. And see, I can go up and say, ladies and gentlemen of the state legislature, we criminal court judges are very much overworked and underpaid, and we have such heavy loads, we need a pay raise. And see, you clown, and you drop out, bang out, drug out, you don't know any vocational skills, you didn't get anything in your head except hip-hop, and that's not going to get you a job. You make where you live a hellhole, so it's too full of chaos to politically interact with each other. And then your mama get a check, that's to subsidize this mess, and they put your behind in the warehouse and store you instead of in a grain silo. So you're good for business. So, yeah, damn. You see, you use reverse psychology. So then you get to the other thing. Well, when you feel bad, do you think you're the only people in the world that didn't have a hard time? What about those folk that were someplace where they bombed the hell out of the damn thing? They have no more home left. Or there's some guerrillas running around out there shooting them up because it's the revolution going on. You know, times are hard. But you see, here's this. You look in the mirror and you say, hey, man, did you do what you're supposed to do yesterday? Well, man, you know, I'll be candid with myself, man. I could have done better. Well, you going to do better today? That's you talking to you. Yeah, man, I'm going to do better. You going to prepare yourself to do better than you did today, or do today, by what you were doing today so you can have a better tomorrow? And by the way, all that hell you talking about, yeah, you don't see daylight at the end of your tunnel, do you? No, man, ain't no daylight at the end of my tunnel. Is you talking to yourself after you get through talking to me? Well, you know, like the judge told us, man, it's like, see, we got an opportunity to deal with, what do you call it, adversity, man. So, like, what we can do is when they messing around with all our people, we can be the hero and kill off them fire-breathing Gila monsters that are setting flames and causing all that smoke up in the tunnel so they can get to the end and see daylight. Because you know, you already talking about you going to be dead before you 28 years old anyway at the rate you going. Might as well be about something. So now you feel better about yourself. You're not despairing. You got an opportunity to be something of a hero in your own sight instead of being nothing. And you got an opportunity to challenge adversity and kick its ass. And the other thing, you're no longer a suicidal because you have a purpose. See, you can't get somebody to rehab on drugs if they're trying to die. A lot of this shit that happens in the community ain't got nothing to do but honor. It's got to do with trying to die. You ever heard of suicide by cop? You've heard that, right? There's suicide by neighbor. Hey, man, what you looking at, man? You in the blue. I ain't looking at nothing. You call me a lie, man? You looking at me, man? Look, I am not looking at you. You calling me a lie, man? Look, man, I'm trying to get to my job. I ain't even got no J-O-B. I don't care about your job, fool. Hey, look, I don't want no trouble. I didn't ask you what you want. Hey, man, what you moving up on me for? Because I don't like your attitude, man, telling me what I'm doing. Look, all right, this is going on far enough. Man, you tell me what is going to happen. Man, don't move up on me like that. And what you going to do? Just don't move up on me like that. You going to do me some harm? Yeah, man, I'm going to take you out, man. Oh, no, you ain't going to do that. Brother, stay where you are. I'm asking you, man. What you going to do, man? Don't come up on me. All right, I'm going to come up. All right, boom, boom, fool. Now you done made me shoot your behind. Boom, and your stupid butt might come back. I'm going to have to kill you, fool. Bam. And see, somebody is dead by neighbor because they wanted to die. They had no purpose to live. They had no tomorrow. Everything's all over and they hated themselves. So what I do is say, there's a reason to be here. This is a test. You survived this, man. You out there in the penitentiary pumping iron. Why? Get strong so can't nobody mess with you. Now you got a chance to get your head strong so you don't need to go to the penitentiary. You can deal with it. And then that was in 1992, 1993. in 2023, somebody's walking up to me, Judge Brown, I've been meaning to run into you for years, like I said earlier. Man, you straightened me up, man. That manhood thing, man, that's for real. Thank you. Anything I can do. And he got a lot of gray hair in his beard. You know, I'm 77 years old. He's 60 something. And, you know, it's like give somebody a purpose and cause. If you hear anybody tell anybody today in the movies, maybe John Wick, you hear them tell it on television? No. You hear it in the news media? No. You hear any of the so-called leadership talking about you got a purpose, a cause? No. You're supposed to be turning somebody out who's trying to tell you there are rules. And what is the what does the cast and crew of John Wick say? Rules separate us from the animals. There are consequences. The high table, even if they're talking about crime, we're under the high table. You know, I have served and I will serve. You know, bottom line is there are consequences. Dedication, focus, commitment, you see. And people don't listen to this. They get told, do anything you want. You don't like what you are, forget your obligations that go along with what you are. You can change it so you don't have nothing to do except what you feel like doing. That's no purpose in cause. So when something goes bad, it just goes bad. You want to take yourself out. That's what's in common with every one of these would-be or actual assassins who've been going around clowning in hood and hallway. Whether you're doing a drive-by for no real reason, in most of the time, it isn't even organized crime purposes that they do this. They just sitting up there going off trying to provoke somebody to kill them. So whether it's a clown in the hallway, the clowns in the hallway, they don't deal with certain things in his manhood, and every one of them, going back to that clown where the first time it hit in the mid-60s, he was on a tower up at the university down in Texas and he was shooting people. Every single one of them has in common that he did not know how to deal with bullies. That guy that shot up all those people from the Vegas hotel, background, he couldn't deal with bullies. He did not know how to deal with it. And they seem to suppress stuff. You ever see Back to the Future?
Yeah, I seen that, yep.
Yeah, what happens? Dude goes back, his daddy's getting bullied by by Biff, and dad knocks Biff out, and when he comes back, Biff ain't bullying him. Biff is his flunky. They forget that. That's human nature. Because in the intervening 35 going on 40 years, what has happened is a sea change. You have no responsibility. You don't have to be courageous and brave. Where does it come being courageous and brave? You're hungry. You want to have a barbecue for all of the folk in your cave or your tribe. So you got to go out with 15, 20 of your homeboys with sticks and stones stuck on the end. You got to kill something weighs 4,000 to 15,000 pounds. That'll squash you flat. And if you get in trouble, you want one of your homeboys watching your six to back you up. That's courage and bravery. That's how we got here. So now you can go run. And see, I always ask people this question when I got to work with them. I say, okay, let me give you a proposition, man. You can pick the place in the world at the time period. Let's make it several hundred years ago, at least 500,000, 600,000, 20,000 years ago. You can pick Europe. You can pick Asia. You can pick Africa. You just went out on a small hunt. You got an antelope or a deer across your shoulder or a string full of squirrels you're going to eat, you know. So you're coming back, you come around a jungle trail, forest trail, over the hill, and you see a war party from a rival tribe getting ready to fall on your village and slaughter them. There's nobody looking, nobody sees you. Do you turn around and run away and save yourself and let your people get slaughtered, or do you sound the alarm and warn your people and maybe die in the process? The ones I don't like say, well, I turn around and run. How could you? Well, nobody's looking. You said nobody was looking. Well, what about you? You're looking. Don't you feel shame? Oh, my God, no. See, that's what you do. Test somebody. Are you going to stand and at least say, you got to do what you got to do, man. I mean, sometimes, there's no way around. You got to make a stand for the right thing. Which, by the way, is what I loved about Trump. When the bullet hits him, he's down on the ground, he gets up, he doesn't say fight. I can read lips a little bit. He's saying, F you. Like, F you. That's deep, man. Hey, that's that guy that would be backing you up that wouldn't have turned around and run when they're getting ready to fall on the village. That's who I want. Well, who do you think's the best lawyer? Well, who's going to fight for you? What do you mean? Stand up for you. I've seen a whole lot of guys with a lot of credentials. They ain't shit when it comes to representing you because they don't have the balls to make a stand. And we used to have a saying, you're not much of a defense lawyer if you haven't been found in contempt at least one time defending your client.
Real talk. But I want to ask you about O.J. Simpson. Do you feel like he did it or no?
I know Johnny Cochran well. His number's in my phone. I've known him since 1966. He and I discussed what his strategy was. There is a reality, and his strategy dovetailed into the reality. They did not have a case against him. I listened to every scrap of the trial. I recorded it in my chambers, court chambers. I was a bachelor then. And I would listen to Nancy Grace, who would say, the evidence against O.J. was devastating. There's no way he'll escape the consequences for this. So I said, who is this Nancy Grace? And I'd listen to it. I said, wait a minute, what is she talking about? It doesn't get any better than that. The impound lot guy has just testified that he and his buddies went through the Bronco. There wasn't a drop of blood in it. They went through it with a fine-tooth comb. It was locked in a special enclosure that had 4 padlocks. They didn't have the keys to them. Only the detectives did. They were instructed to tow the car down to the crime lab 11 days later, and now it's full of blood. Where did the blood come from? All right? The DNA evidence against O.J. is devastating. And when I listened to what the expert said, he said, this is not O.J. First off, this is someone similar, but there are approximately 96,000 people in L.A. County that would match this DNA profile, which, by the way, and this is interesting, reflects someone from Northeast Mediterranean ancestry or perhaps from the island of Sicily. We also get something that didn't pick up in the newspapers or television. They had 2 people who were testifying remotely in the Federal Witness Protection Program who dated Nicole's sisters. Their testimony was that it was a message to them to keep silent or their girlfriends, Nicole's sisters, would get exterminated. So where were they from? That hypothetical organization that's got contacts with Sicily. Now, it just happens that I know personally the guy that made the gloves. I know personally, in fact, he was my brother, the person that was the expert knife killing that the prosecution called. Now, let's start with the glove. This person told me out his own mouth, and so did Johnny Cochran, they took a tracing of everybody's hand. O.J. is a big dude. I knew him personally from college. And he wore a size, not XL, but 2XL. The glove was a size L, so they knew it wasn't going to fit. But guess who wore a size L? Furman. Guess who found the glove? Furman. Under a half foot of dead leaves, 75 feet into O.J.'s dark backyard, supposedly. All right? Now, my brother, who did not testify in front of the jury, when he was asked to assess the knife killing, he said, first off, OJ is a right-handed guy. Whoever did this killing is a left-handed person. Said each of the victims, Nicole and Goldman, were struck by a fatal blow with a knife turned sideways that slid in next to the central cartilage in the rib cage that tore up the aorta and upper two chambers of the heart. Then their throats were slit ear to ear, and somebody used some pliers to pull their tongues out through the slit throat. That's called a Colombian necktie. And meanwhile, in the blood, when they took him out on the scene, since he dealt with this kind of forensics, he says there's somebody that has a size 9 shoe and somebody that wore a size 10.5 shoe that's leaving tracks. OJ wears a size 12. And the blood that they supposedly say they found because somebody got a slight wound on something like a finger, that's the sample that has 96,000 other people in LA County that could have donated it. And it definitely wasn't OJ, but Nancy Grace said it was. Now, the problem was also this: planting evidence. The jury saw this, and Cochran brilliantly used it in final argument, a split screen. There had been so many instances where people were accusing LAPD of coming in and stealing from upscale homes that they had a security squad that would be sent in to video a scene before the crime scene detectives started their work so you could see what was in there. Well, 1:14 on the clock in the video, you can see them video the foot of the bed. There are no bloody socks. There are no socks in there at all. It's well lit. About 5 minutes later, you can hear this: "Sir, who are you?" And you can hear somebody who is identifying himself as Detective Furman, and they tell him he has to leave immediately. The jury saw this. Cochran is arguing from this at final argument. A few minutes later, "Sir, didn't we tell you you had to leave? Detective Furman, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. You got to go out of here right now." And they pan the camera around, and where is Furman? You can see through 2 doors into the bedroom. Furman is standing right there at the foot of the bed. 35 minutes later, when crime scene's in there, right where you saw it, 1:14, no socks at all, completely clear, right where you later saw Furman, you see now bloody socks. Now, what's the inference? Furman planted the bloody socks. You find that Furman has testified he found the size X glove that fits him that does not fit OJ, but his story is he finds it under a half-foot of leaves deep inside OJ's backyard after he climbs the fence. Furman lives 28 miles away. He's off duty, but for some reason, he comes to the scene 5 minutes after the murder occurs. He also was subject to testimony that he had been over to visit Nicole at least 11 times, and he was trying to talk to her, date her. There was also evidence that the jury here heard that, by the way, Nancy Grace said nothing about, where OJ caught her giving a head job to somebody on the couch, having sex with somebody on the couch, and the witnesses all say he was mad, but in the lines of, "Don't you know that the kids could come down and catch you? Why don't you deal with somebody who's not so broke they don't have an apartment or a hotel or a motel? If you need it, goddammit, I'll give you the money. Just don't spend it on drugs." If O.J. did what they said. He had just returned from a recital with his two daughters. He would have had to been prepared. Baby, girl, if you hear mama screaming, it's just daddy killing her. Go tell your baby sister not to panic. I won't hurt anybody. That is not the way it went down. All that stuff in there was garbage. The jury stayed out less than half an hour from people that I talked to who were present. Later, after I had the show, after I got a chance to look through all of the evidence, because some judge that I had recruited to UCLA happened to be granting me access to look at the pictures and look at the physical evidence. They had absolutely nothing on him but what Nancy Grace put out. And that sleazy woman, who has got a history of that kind of behavior, convinced the American public that O.J. was guilty, and they didn't have one shred, one scintilla of evidence. Now, Johnny Cochran told me, he said, Joe, what I did was this. I just got people over 45 years old, 40 years old, who grew up in Los Angeles, who understood that LAPD would lie. So they weren't freaked out by the proposition, and they just found LAPD was telling a big lie. That's basically what it was. They planted the evidence. Now, you want to get the kicker? There's what they call the Rampart scandal. The 4 chief detectives in the O.J. case went to jail for planting evidence that resulted in 128 men being released from the California penitentiary because these low-down bastards planted it. These are the same 4 chief detectives involved in the O.J. case. Also caught on tape was one of these lab technicians bringing O.J.'s 10 cc sample of blood back to the scene. What did you do with it? Well, I don't know. Did you bring it back to the lab? I think I lost it on the scene. The testimony they got from somebody that was an expert in that was that the blood sample you got, they tried to plant 10 cc's of O.J.'s blood, but it had decayed, so they didn't get anything out of it. But fortuitously, somebody else there that did do a little bleeding, which couldn't have been O.J. because he had no wounds, and they brought in an airline co-pilot to testify that he got O.J.'s autograph in the flight log, and he had no wounds, and the guy sitting next to him played blackjack with him all the way to Chicago, said he didn't have any cuts on his hands. So they tried to plant the evidence. And that's exactly what they did. Like Johnny Cochran said, it was a rush to judgment. And actually, most of the defense lawyers I know and several of the criminal judges I know at the time who looked at this said they had probable cause to indict Furman, but they didn't. And who was it that cut their throats ear to ear and pulled the tongue out? And who was it that just hit the same death blow to each of them from the perspective of somebody being a left-handed person, taking out the aorta and 2 upper chambers of the heart? That was a pro. Now, here's one thing from the many homicide trials I'd either represented somebody with or presided over. Amateurs expect when they stab somebody, it'll be like in the movies, and they fall over. Absolutely nothing happens. They stab them. This dude ain't done nothing, man. It's Superman. Hell, boom, let me stab him again. Hell, nothing happened. Boom, let me stab him again. And you get 15, 20, 25 stab wounds until they add up so the person starts hemorrhaging enough so the blood pressure is more quickly dropping. A pro knows I just killed him. He might not act like it for a little while, but he's dead. And it was a pro that did it, and there were at least 2 people on the scene who are responsible for it. And there you go. That would exclude O.J. So actually, from some of the courtroom personnel and a couple of judges who peeped in on the trial, they said they didn't have anything on O.J. And they agreed with me. It was Nancy Grace that just lied and said there was something on OJ because she was trying to make her way. This was her first assignment, and she wanted to ensure her career in television. I busted her a couple of times, once on Larry King Live when she claimed she had figured out what happened in this murder where somebody got killed on campus. And what turned out is just what I accused her of. You went and paid somebody a bribe, and one of the detectives briefed you on what they're going to hit the guy with tomorrow because they got some other evidence. You didn't deduce that. And see, that's lack of being scrupulous. Yeah. So you got cops that went to jail for planting evidence. They were the chief detectives. You could see at least one detective plant the evidence on video. You heard all this testimony if you actually were present during the trial. That's not OJ. That could be 96,000 other people in LA County. It ain't him. It's somebody from Northeast Mediterranean or Sicily. Then you hear two mobsters talk about, we took it as a message that if we opened our mouths, our loved ones were going to get killed. It was a message to us. Everybody thought she was a junkie that owed everybody in West Hollywood a lot of money. Where are you going with this? Nancy Grace said OJ killed Nicole and Rod Goldman. The civil case where he was found liable, his civil defense team was nowhere near as good as his criminal defense team. And the standard of proof was not beyond a reasonable doubt. It was by so-called preponderance of the evidence. And he did not have as favorable a jury venue as Johnny Cochran managed. Plus, I met him. He wasn't that kind of guy. I knew him from college. He used to hang around with somebody I knew, and everybody used to play cards. He and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and OJ and some of the athletes and some of the professors, black, they'd all meet up, be out in Santa Monica right on the beach. Somebody had a big 5-bedroom sprawling house. We used to hang out there. He's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that feel that way when it comes to OJ, so you're not the only one. A lot of people feel like he ain't do it. But I want to ask you about the current state of hip hop when it comes to females. How you feel about Sissy Red?
I would like to bring in one of the sisters that I know to talk about that. It's like, have you ever seen Diana Ross and the Supremes perform?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You ever seen the old film on Frida Payne perform, or Diane Carroll even more recently perform, or Billie Holiday classic? How do we get from that to somebody that's trying to look like a prostitute, talk like a prostitute, and talk so, shall we say, luridly? Like I said, I don't mind somebody getting your freak on, but let me tell you my perspective on that. And it doesn't have to do with Sexy Red, it's got to do with Lizzo. There is a certain grandmother I'm familiar with. I've known her for years, and she was, ooh, man, that woman was drop dead gorgeous back when. She still looks good. And her granddaughter, who's now 14, kind of takes after her. She could be a movie star type. But when the granddaughter was 11 years old, about 3 years ago, my friend called me up and said, would you please talk to my granddaughter? I said, sure, what's the problem? Just talk to her. So my friend got her granddaughter on the line. Granddaughter had a cell phone. My friend had a cell phone. They were sitting right next to each other. It didn't work. So she said, hey, I'm putting it on speaker. Talk to the judge. why were you eating half a loaf of white bread I had to stop you from eating? She said, because I wanted to be beautiful. Okay, keep talking to the judge. I said, baby, what do you mean get beautiful? If you take after your grandmother, you'll be a beautiful woman. Well, I wanted to be fat like Lizzo so I could be beautiful. So that's why you ate the half loaf of bread? Well, yeah, I always do that so I can be beautiful too. That's like, okay, you know, where is this going? And then somebody else talked to me about, could you talk to my granddaughter? You're a famous celebrity. She used to be around here, and now she's in high school hanging with these boys. I don't want her to act like Sexy Red. She might listen to you, but she won't pay me any attention. You see, these things have consequences because, as we touched on earlier, we don't have any real live heroes today. Nobody telling the youth, this is how you do it. Everybody is sitting out there being extreme. So when youth do what youth do, model themselves on a younger grown person, what are they modeling themselves on? In my context is, I represented a lot of strippers, a lot of hoes, a lot of miscreants, and all kinds of other stuff. That's your business. But when you're out in the public and you have young people trying to emulate you, that's a different thing. You've got further obligations. The French have a proverb, noblesse oblige. In other words, nobility or status has obligations. So when you become a celebrity, you've got an obligation to your fans and other people that watch you to behave in a certain fashion.
Well said. But how you feel about Obama endorsing Kamala? I don't think I got your opinion on that.
I don't care. See, both of them remind me of people I don't like. Now, why don't I like them? When I got to UCLA in 1965, there were 60-some thousand full-time students. There were exactly 145 black students full-time, including the crop of freshmen I was in. 73 of them were grad students and 72 of them were undergrad students. So we organized a black student union, and Big Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Mel Farr, the All-American football player, Mike Warren, Lucius Allen, a lot of good brothers were there. And we organized a black student union, and we drafted up with some of the few black staff what became the basis for affirmative action, which was rather different than the way it became, and it read more like what you saw in Justice Roberts' opinion last year on the subject. But we went and we did some things, and a lot of us got arrested, thrown in jail. A lot of bad things happened, but we prevailed, and we got a block of 250 black students admitted outside of the regular channels. They were all qualified because we said, you admit all these athletes saying that their grade point averages and their aptitude test are okay, but they're not the best, but they have other factors that indicate an ability to succeed. Without being race-based, let's just say that the real world circumstances of these people are such that if they survived them and got beyond them, that indicates a drive that would show an ability to succeed. That's regular catalog stuff. So we got in a block of 250 more students. Okay, for 1967, 68, we did that again, but we weren't vigilant. And this time we got in a group that had those people, and it reminded me of Kamala and Barack Obama. And I remember one time we had a problem with the econ department. We had very few minorities of any kind that were enrolled in the grad programs in the econ department. We had some professors that some PhDs, we wanted to be professors at some other major universities that were being considered. So we did some things, and we asked one of these guys, come on, man, we need to go make this move. And he said this, I'll never forget it. He said, brothers, I understand all of the sacrifices that you have made for me, and some of you have even gone to jail, and it's not that I don't appreciate it, but I can't afford to jeopardize my career. You'll have to go on without me, but I'll be there with you in spirit. Did you hear that? So we grabbed him. We drug him. He had on some gray slacks and some tan shoes. He got so scared he pissed his pants, and there was this dark stain that went down his left pant leg where he pissed on himself, and a big pool of piss around his left shoe. And the guys that were holding him jumped back, damn, man, and he fell into a puddle of his own piss. And it took him about 5 minutes for him to stop shaking so he could get up, and he sprinted off. And later in life, he was advisor to 3 U.S. presidents on minority and militant affairs. There were some other bad things he did, including almost get some people killed, and 2 people quite literally died behind some mess that he was complicit in. So it's kind of, I don't like that kind of person that comes in and exploits what other people have done to set something up, and he's not willing or she's not willing to return the favor, or she has absolutely no connection with the meritorious activity, or he has none, and they take advantage of it and claim credit for it. Now, that's kind of why I don't like fakes, because too many people were standing next to me one way or the other, not necessarily about school, but other stuff in life, and they died or they suffered some bad consequences, and they were doing that or suffered that for the right reasons, and other people who took advantage of what they did, the doors they opened, the courage and bravery they showed, didn't do a damn thing except exploit it, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I can see why you got an issue with that. How you feel about Trump calling Kamala Harris above?
She is. She's one of those career prosecutors that suffers from character deficits. She's one of these people that has absolutely no connection with what the hell was going on. She wasn't a student at a time when there were opportunities, but she could have made some to go out and made a difference in her community that she claims, but she didn't. And her claim is a false one. So I don't appreciate her taking advantage of the situation. I think it is unfair to the people who she is making a false claim of identity with. And it also is not fair to the people she ought to be identifying with. See, we have a lot of Indians that have immigrated into the United States. They're fine people, but they've got one big problem, that is the transplantation of untouchability into America. That's the caste system. You may have somebody that's a multimillionaire that owns the company and the office building, and if he comes from the untouchable caste and somebody who's Indian does not, brushes up against the boss coming out of a conference, they have to go through a purification ritual. That kind of nonsense needs to have no place in the United States of America. So she's a Hindu, but yet she has done absolutely nothing to better the condition of the many Hindu or Sikh or other people from India, the Tamil Brahmins caste, whatever. She's done absolutely nothing to make their condition better here in the United States except to grin about it. So she's not doing anything for us. She was essentially in California the number one enemy for young black folk. So what has she done? And why should I emulate her or support her when on an objective basis, and I took a checklist, how many people did you help out? How many people did you condemn when you had the opportunity to deliver justice and equity? How many did you do? How many did you do the opposite with? Got a whole lot. Oh, man. How many people on a certain side did you help exploit people? All of these folk that got jacked up with those crooked mortgages, who lost their homes, you didn't do a damn thing to help them out. You helped out the fat cats who were ripping them off, Soros and Mnuchin. You didn't help out my three neighbors who were losing their property. You didn't help out the other people who were in jeopardy of losing their property or got caught up in a trick bag that other counties had returned 5,200 indictment counts trying to protect them. You dismissed them, so somebody that's raising money for your political ambitions gets to sell the company for $4.2 billion. I could go on. I'll give you another illustration. It's kind of funny. What do they call somebody black mixed with somebody white?
Black.
Yeah. If somebody is black mixed with somebody that's Chinese, what do they call them?
Black.
Somebody's mixed with somebody that's Indian, what do they call them? Meaning Hindu type Indian.
They call them black.
But her people acknowledge she's a Hindu. So how do you beat the rule if you have the rule applied to you? That's because she's not. She's a fake. So what are you protecting? See, that's the question. And I'm not dissing AKAs. My own mother was an AKA. She pledged 1934. She's ivy behind the wall. She's been dead for a while. Loyal AKA for years, decades. I'm not bad-mouthing them, but I got a license to make a comment about it. It's like, you see, when somebody's down and has a poor or negative self-concept or perception, they'll seize on anything to make themselves look better. You can even take connection. Look at what was happening in Germany in the 1920s and 1930s. Germany only became a country in the 1870s. So they weren't even 50 years old in the 1920s. That's within the lifetime of a lot of people who weren't even as old as I am now, where Germany had become a country. You had had a lot of pride. You just got your behind whipped in World War I, and you needed a scapegoat. You wanted something to identify with. Somebody started telling you about your glorious heritage, and you were dealt with as descendants of kings and queens. Sound familiar? Who ruled things, and they were blonde-haired, blue-eyed supermen, Aryans from the far north. Well, the problem is Aryans do exist. They're technically in anthropology known as Indo-Aryans, but they look like Kamala and her daddy, and they come from India. And they did have something to do with Germany. But you see, you told a lie, and people seized on it. If you listen to some of the woke folk, particularly black ones, they have shall we say, a revision of history to make identifications with certain groups that they think give them status. You know what I'm talking about, some of the things that are out there. That's the same thing they did with the Germans in the 1920s and 1930s. So what goes on when you do this, there is a tendency, black females particularly show this, to seize on something they can identify with, to give themselves a false pride. They already have enough to be proud of if they actualize their own potential. But they have not been raised, acculturated, and socialized to think that way. So you have to give them something that has the semblance of respectability that they can identify with. So they identify with Kamala Harris as a successful black woman. But Kamala Harris didn't particularly go to the first class undergrad school. The law school was the same. It wasn't like she busted her ass in all of these jury trials and she did what Johnny Cochran did back in the 60s when he was working at the DA's office and then when he got in private practice. It wasn't like she made these landmark cases, took these civil rights things up and made history with them. It wasn't like that. She screwed her way to the top through a series of paramours who helped her out. Anybody can do that. So you've got this subconscious thing by the black woman saying, I could do that, but on the other hand, I want to ignore that, and I want to say she got there by grace of her accomplishments. No, she has none. But you see, it's something to identify with. A sister got to be vice president of the United States. I'm black and I'm proud. Well, she's not black. She's not being proud of what you got conned. So why don't you just say, I just need to work hard and I will be able to look in the mirror and I don't need a Kamala Harris. I can look at myself and say, I'm that person. I'm that entity. I'm that kind of hero or heroine, see.
Yeah, well said. Great points, man. But I gotta ask you about the Judge Joe Brown show. Why did that show end, if you don't mind me asking, respectfully?
15 years and they owed me $28 million and wanted me to take an IOU. And what was going on is a lot of chicanery happening. I had a contract that said I got 45% of the unadjusted gross. The stockholders newsletter for CBS said I was their most profitable show, and they listed the amount of money I was bringing in, and I wanted my 45% of it. And they started talking about what happened and started going through all kinds of changes. So every year I had to go through this in and out of them stealing money. And then at this point in time, see, I was in a special unit of CBS. It consisted of Dr. Phil, Oprah Winfrey, Judge Judy, and Judge Joe Brown. And there was a guy named Roger King who discovered Oprah and Phil that CBS brought in when he brought in Phil and Oprah, and they gave him me and Judy. He called me to a side and he said, man, they're doing you wrong. See, he wasn't a Hollywood type. He was a former pro football player, and he inherited this from his dad, who invented TV syndication. He said, I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm going to fix this up. So the last 4 or 5 years, I was beating Oprah every day in the rating. Well, Phil every day in the ratings, and Oprah every week in the ratings, but Oprah's the superstar, not Judge Brown. CBS was saying I was their most profitable show and was greatly responsible for 14 consecutive quarters of increased profit, the last 4 of which were the most profitable in the entire history of CBS, thanks to me. And then when I'm confronting to them, they want to give me an IOU for $28 million. What happened to the $28 million? Well, they found out that the first CEO we had embezzled $25 million, and they didn't want the stockholders to find out about the theft. Next thing, they brought in some junior executives who come into a show that has been a hit for 12, 13 years, but they have nothing that they can claim as fame. So what they were doing was embezzling money to use to finance shows that they were setting up, every one of which was a flop. So I was over retirement age. I said, hey, I'm over 65. To hell with this. I'm retiring. I don't have to deal with this. So I hired a lawyer. I paid him all the retainers. It was interesting. He also represented some other prominent figures, but I got all my retainer checks returned from his law firm because he turned up missing, and that was 12 years ago, and nobody's seen him since. They think he's dead. So I don't like Mission Impossible. What they were doing was diverting money that I was supposed to get a percentage of to finance the distribution for all of the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movies. It was like, where's my money? So in order to get your money, you have a contract provision that says you have a right to an independent audit, but the independent audit costs you $150,000 and it takes about 2 years to do. You have to wait in line. So what they'd always do is get with your agent. Hey, if he drops this, we'll give him a more lucrative deal. So at one point, they were holding me out as the highest paid man in Hollywood, white or black. So I started saying, where's the money? You know, I'm getting a lot of it, but where's the rest of it? So when they wanted me to take an IOU of $28 million, I said, go to hell. And then they wanted me to take a so-called cut because the ratings are down. I said, everybody is down, but me and Judy are running neck and neck for the #1 syndicated show in the country. So that's all relative. And then coming in third would be Wheel of Fortune. Sometimes it would ramp up so it was beating the both of us. So I'm #1, #2, #3 TV show in America. And I'm getting somebody telling me that we don't know where your money is. Oh, hell no. I'm tired of this. So that's why we left. And then the other thing was they wanted me to push this rainbow stuff. I said, I don't care what you guys do with yourselves. That's your business. But I'm not going to push it. So then they kept trying to sabotage me. And let me tell you, the sabotage was dangerous. I got an offer from Wells Fargo to take 6 mortgages and consolidate them and give me less than 0.5% fixed interest rate. Hell, that's good. Not even 10%, not 6, not 4, but 0.5%. So hell yes. So I filled out the forms. Next thing I know, here's the FBI. What the hell? You made a knowingly false statement on a federal form that asks you, were you now or have you been in the last 5 years subject of a pending lawsuit? Not that I know of. What had happened? 7 times I'd been sued along with CBS, and they intercepted the lawsuit and didn't tell me. And they have somebody representing me like I hired them in court, and I don't even know they're doing it. And they're confessing me to doing something that the state Supreme Court said all of us would go to jail for if we actually did it. So I jacked their ass up. I just said, oh, hell no. And then excuse me, who are you? This is the Attorney General's office for the state of so-and-so. Well, may I help you? Yes, you're unauthorized practice of law. What unauthorized practice of law? These bozos had hooked up with a legal form company, and they had a thing in there saying, ask the judge a question, and he will answer it personally. Question: my neighbor has 7 trees that border my driveway. He won't trim them, and they keep dropping branches in my drive. What shall I do? He's always gone on business. Answer: I would ask him politely to move them, and if he doesn't, hire a tree cutting firm and cut his trees down while he's out of town. That's way wrong, and I didn't say it, but somebody's getting me for unauthorized practice of law because these clowns did it in my name. It was dangerous what they'd come up and do, and you didn't know about it. I'll tell you what a hellhole that is. I hired a sister to be my publicist, right? I had an agent. And it started off, I hadn't had the show a month and a half. This is way back 1998. And they had a function in a major hotel for the studio. So I'm a bachelor. I'm in a good time. All these movie stars and soap opera stars, and I'm dancing, and I like to dance back then. And I hooked up with this one woman, and she and I hit it off for a while. So, but anyway, that's later. We were sitting at a table. She got up and excused herself to go to the ladies' room. She took a little while to come back. I said, hey, I thought you had left. She said, no, do you know that tall guy in the gray suit? I said, yeah, he's a CEO. Said he offered me $2,000 in cash if I'd signed something saying you tried to feel up on me. So we went around and got a statement from each of the women that we could figure out I'd dance with, and they said, yeah, he came up and offered us this money, but, we weren't going to tell a lie. We didn't know where that was going if he was a crank. So what we did is we invented a fictitious woman. We went and got some sworn affidavits that got notarized, and we had them filed in a sealed file with human resources for the studio. She and I about this invention. We told this man's wife this fiction. I didn't, she did, my publicist, and some other people, and lo and behold, after 6 weeks, I get called over. You need to explain yourself. What about? Why are you laughing? It's nothing funny because you're about to F up. Well, you need to explain how you propositioned this woman. So anyway, they've got a letter from this fictitious woman that I indecently propositioned her. So I tell you what, you're going to owe me a lot of money. Said, I suggest you have human resources bring this lockbox over. They did we opened up the sealed, notarized affidavits where we detailed step by step how we set them up to do this. Now, you need to explain to somebody how you got a letter from a fictitious person that you say is real, and you dare to call me over here. I'll own your drawers after this one. So they weren't there. Within 6 weeks, every one of them been fired. They had a new executive staff, and I got a better contract. See, that's how you swing with that. So that kind of thing is what they did. I recently had one. I've never met this woman, but she was, I think she played Moesha's mama Moesha's mama in the series. So she made a statement to somebody a couple of years ago that some prominent TV judge had tried to molest her, and I think put a yard of tongue down her throat. I don't even know the woman. At the time this happened, and she said it wasn't Judge Mathis. So these clowns were talking, must have been Judge Joe Brown. Why? I don't even know the woman. She's not my type. And the other thing is, at the time it happened, I didn't have a TV show. I was still a state judge. And the person that did it was former Mayor Koch of New York. He had just been outed as being gay, and he threw his boyfriend under the bus, and he was trying to brag that he still had it going on with women. And he actually interviewed with a couple of radio personalities who gave me statements that that's what he admitted to. So it wasn't even me, it was Koch. I didn't even know the woman. Still haven't met her. I actually know Brandy's real mama, who's an interesting woman. And by the way, she had some problems with the same damn CEO that I had the problems with. He a little nuts. But Hollywood is Hollywood. So, yeah. See, people get these rumors out, and everybody wants to pounce on somebody if you don't go along with their little particular pet program.
Yeah,
So,
her name is Cheryl Lee Ralph.
I wouldn't know what she looked like if she walked through the door, and I never watched Moesha anyway. That was kid stuff, and at the time I got discovered, see, people keep saying, well, you're nothing but a TV judge. Hell, I was in my 50s when they discovered me. I was the last judge on the James Earl Ray case, and I know that J. Edgar Hoover recruited the two-man team that did the shooting, and the FBI supplied the weapon. I'd gotten the youngest person in the world off death row. I was, to an extent, discovered because of my innovative sentencing and effective stuff as alternatives get people straightened out. I'd been trying a whole bunch of murder cases. I had done stuff that got quoted in appellate case law. You know, I have a pretty long background. It's even a brief resume goes on for a hell of a lot of pages. A lot of stuff I even forgot about. So to me, I wasn't particularly overwhelmed. I'm 50 some years old when they discovered me before I did my first show. I was in my 50s. So I had a life, and I'm looking at this, man, wow. And see, I had a perspective on it. When they discovered me and asked me, recruited me to come in and do this, they set up these promos before the show even hit the air. And I remember being in Chicago, downtown on the Loop, and they set this thing up, and all these people are driving by, and you can see people looking out of the windows from the office buildings, and I'm embarrassed as hell. Chicago, a tough town, my kind of town, a Judge Joe Brown town. I felt like a damn fool out there saying this stuff like, damn, man, all these suckers looking at me, what the hell? And, you know, that gave you perspective. I said, man, I couldn't look at a movie for a long time after that. And I started seeing some of the people that were in these movies. The movies going, man, we got to make a move on so-and-so. Yeah, we need to kill this son of a bitch, blah, blah, blah. And then you run into the people at what they call one of these things where they sell the syndicated shows. And you see the guy and he's, oh my God, I just creamed on myself. I just had such a time. It was such a macho part. I'm going, dude, man, damn. It's like hot, the flames are leaping, damn. Like, this is the dude that plays that role? Ooh, wait, you know, it was a shocking experience to see the unreality. And when you're dealing with Hollywood, you have these grown people for their whole adult lives have been about fantasy, make-believe, and trying to fool the public into thinking something that isn't real is real. So I'm going, damn. And then you'd get these invites to go discuss business with these studio executives. So they're sitting on the leather upholstered sofas at a 5-star hotel in the bar, and they're giggling about how they have stabbed each other in the back and gotten each other fired. I said, man, where I came from, you'd get some broken bones behind this kind of thing, and they're sitting up there giggling about it. I just said, you know, this isn't me. I don't need to hang with this. NAPTE is what it is. National Association of Television and Motion Picture Producers and Executives. And it used to be in New Orleans, and then it moved to Miami. And they would sell the shows in syndication. So every now and then you'd go down there and just glad hand people. And you would go to your studio and they would have samples of what the latest are going to be. And you touch the screen when the show came up, and these guys say, oh, I'm so grateful to TJ who gave me this chance to get this role, and I never knew who I was before I had this role. And then I found myself after all these years, and I truly understood who I was. Hey, man, really? Bullshit? Or are you serious? See, and it's like an unreality. So you get people who have no connection with reality trying to convey a falsehood to the American people and the rest of the world who accept this representation is real and act like it is. And then there was another difference too, I noticed, between the real old-time guys who would be out there with ordinary people, and they would tell you about when they would hang out in the bars where the union workers would work so they could pick up reality. And these guys that you would be more closely associated with because they were working then, they would start talking about, TJ, I hear they're doing something down on Crenshaw about 42nd. What do you think they're doing? I don't know, RT, but I hear it's a little bit violent. Maybe we can check and find if Jamal knows what's going on. He can brief us. So you're going, man, really? And you're the one that comes up with these scripts and this nonsense? And then, see, I had another gig too, which was this. I'd have written into my contract a right of presentation. So I didn't write up any scripts or anything, but we'd have these vice presidents in the studio who had come up with scripts. They'd been doing this for 26 years, but somebody who was in charge had been their worst enemy for 12. So instead of dealing with studio business, they'd let it get personal. So anything this executive came up with, they would refuse to look at. So since I had a right of presentation by contract, anything I presented, they would have to look at, and I'd go in and present this stuff as though it were mine, or I had somebody collaborating with me, and they weren't permitted to ask who it was. They'd buy it, and I'd get a percentage of it. Some of this stuff was just flat out garbage, and they would buy people to come in and clean it up. I know I was consulting for one movie that involved courts. It was a hit. They had some stars in it, but they didn't even have a script. And nobody had read the damn book, so I just took a few days off, and I was down there as an advisor, and I was reading the book, and I said, Judge, what happens next? They said, well, the guy that so-and-so plays, he's coming down the stairs, and the old lady almost trips, and he catches her in the book. So they had a lot of money coming in that came from West Germany 23, 24 years ago, and they could waste it. So they're sitting there at 3 hours trying to figure out what to do, and all of the clock is ticking on the high wage an hour type situation. So they can't do that now. And the dialogue would be suggested dialogue. Have the guy talk about getting an office. Or you got stuff like it's supposed to be a 105-degree heat wave, and everybody in the set has got on an overcoat because outside the temperature dropped from the high 70s down to the low 40s. And it's in one of those locations like you're talking about it's 105 degrees out there. Everybody's got on a sweater or an overcoat. Oh, if I might make a suggestion, since this is supposed to be a claptrap office, why don't you just say the air conditioning is broke, stuck on high, and everybody is damn near freezing? Good idea. So, or you're on the set and somebody's superstar comes in, he's so high, he has to take 40-some takes to try and get 4 words in. Tell the kid to get I forgot what I'm going to say. Tell him to get any office. Tell the kid to get what am I supposed to be saying again? Office. Tell the kid office. Tell the kid to get any office. And you do all these takes and waste all this money. Now, over lunch, it looks like he coked up a little bit. He became a bit more able, so they were able to proceed. They gave him an IFB. It looks like a miniature hearing aid without the coiled wire coming out of it. And it's funny, what wound up being in the movie was they were trying to say, now say, get the office. And then he said, I'll say, get the office. Well, take it. We can't afford any more takes on this. It's a simple scene, so that's what came across in the movie. But they covered it. So you look at this and you say, this is the real that everybody is trying to copy and emulate as though your life is supposed to match this botched up mess that they're getting in that is fantasy.
Yeah, and I know you had a situation with Suge Knight, right? Tell me about that.
Oh, there was a restaurant. It was right down from the Beverly Center. And the guy, it was a good brother, big brother, looked like he played lineman for an NFL team, and he was a hell of a chef. He cooked in the White House. He had a place. So Knight was clowning up in there. Me and my bodyguard, we were sitting in there. You know, I had a permit. He got a permit. We strapped. And Knight was just clowning around. So the proprietor said, "You're going to have to get up and leave." So Knight was kind of laying out lines about what he was going to do, and the guy just kind of picked him up and threw him literally out the front door, off the sidewalk into the street. So he thought better about coming back up in there, and that was just uncalled for going for bad like that. You know, see, the music industry is crazy. I had a neighbor, white guy, old white guy, and that person, there was something about him and an aura that just old or not, he exuded danger. And he used to invite me and my lady friend, who was free to paint at the time, to the Oscars all the time, so we'd go. And he used to talk about how he would gangster some of the notables in the music industry, and he'd get 10, 15% off the top. How he picked this, that, and the other group that he wanted to be made into something because that's what he wanted for his program. And I know that my friend and I, we were like one time in a conference room in New York at a hotel waiting on this conference to start. And we were looking at the TV, and they were talking about all these people who were doing life in the penitentiary for doing contract killing for somebody. And when they flashed the picture, it was our guy, my next door, well, my condo neighbor, that they had done all these hits for. So you'd be surprised at what kind of influence is in this industry and who controls it. It's not necessarily the people that you think control it, but there are people who are shadowy figures behind the scenes that certainly do, because they've got muscle and they think nothing about taking somebody out.
Yeah, and I gotta ask you about Martin Luther King. You know who was behind his murder, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, he was assassinated by a two-man hit team from the fire station. Not from the flop house, not from the bushes, which were right below the window for the flop house. Flop house window never opened far enough to shoot a rifle out of it. The bushes weren't the place. The reason people think it was coming from that location was the echo off of the front of the Lorraine Motel. The weapon was an M14 converted to an M21. It was an experimental project. They made 62 of them with an extra barrel. They put a Redfield 3-9 power scope modified by a company known as Leatherwood on it, and they had a suppressor which caused the sound to be modified. They shot subsonic ammunition, which is why they took a head shot instead of a chest shot, which would have been the usual course. And the shooters were most probably recruited from the Marine Sniper School at Quantico, Virginia, which was just across the tarmac from an FBI training academy. So they were supplied with the FBI was supplied with 5 XM21s by invoice, serial numbers of which I have secreted around the place, and 5,000 rounds of the ammunition that matched the characteristics of what they pulled out of King's body. That was in late December 1967. King was shot at the beginning of April 1968. The Justice Department ordered the FBI to return the 5 weapons to the Defense Department so they could use them in the NOM. The FBI claimed they lost one of them. I know what the serial number is of the lost weapon. That's the murder weapon. The rifle that James Earl Ray had, which was the only thing that hooked him up to the case, since he never confessed, unlike what the media says, the rate of rifling twist in his rifle was very inconsistent with what they pulled out of King's body. And the rate of rifling twist of what they pulled out of King's body would have required a gunsmith to make up a special barrel. But the Army Marksmanship Unit, which also supplied the Marine Corps at the time, had made up 63 of these barrels that precisely matched the ballistic characteristics of what fired the bullet that killed King. They took a headshot because the velocity of the bullet had been reduced to be subsonic, so the bullet arrived there after the sound instead of the bullet exceeding the speed of sound and getting there first, which is what it is, but that reduced the energy of the bullet. Instead of a 162 grain bullet moving at 2,700 feet per second, which has about 2,500 foot-pounds of energy, you have that same 162 grain bullet moving at 1,100 feet per second, which makes it a pistol bullet with about 380 foot-pounds of energy. So instead of shooting him with a solid torso shot at about 45 yards, which would have been non-survivable with a 30 caliber rifle at that range with soft point ammo, they took a headshot and they almost missed. They hit him in the cheek. It took out his upper right molars, ripped his tongue off, came out between his jaws, leaving the body. If that was it, he would have survived it, but wouldn't have been able to talk too well. It hit his clavicle, deflected along the clavicle under this tough neck skin, went over his shoulder and down across the back, which is not unusual with a rifle bullet. Oftentimes, the victim has a bullet hole here and one straight out back. You think the bullet went straight through him. It deflected around his rib cage, came out the back. So what wound up happening is when it went back in, it wrecked the carotid artery complex on the right. He bled out in about 15, 20 seconds up there on the balcony. Since the wound basically was internal, the blood went inside and didn't spew all over the place. So he didn't die in the hospital. He didn't make it off the balcony. Now, for those who are interested, Jesse Jackson is not the culprit. I advised Jesse Jackson of what I had learned, and he said, we got to get to the bottom of it. Anything I can do, let me know. I talked to Reverend Lowry about it. He said, we need to get to the bottom of it. Anything I can do, let me know. I had told another person who was suspect, he said, we need to let the sleeping dogs lie. And there's another now deceased reverend that Dick Gregory interviewed, and he said, we need to let sleeping dogs lie. And Dick Gregory interviewed him a few months before he died. And Gregory and I talked about it on the phone, and this person was asked by Dick Gregory, why did you duck back in the motel after you had escorted Dr. King out onto the balcony? He said, I didn't want to get shot. That was the recordation. He said, well, how do you know you were in danger of getting shot? I just figured under the circumstances. That person had a problem that Hoover knew about, and Hoover had ordered all audio and visual surveillance of King to be cut off 48 hours before the event in question. And that's who brought him from the east side of the motel, or at least going down to the east side where he was going to leave, back to where he got shot, telling him that some fans of his were outside and wanted to see him. Now, it wasn't peaceful here. There were those who wanted King to come, those who said he didn't need to come, the locals could handle it, and then some of the locals that said that their sponsors did not want King here. So it was a big, real mess. I know there was an NAACP meeting, and the person that was NAACP attorney at the time, who was one of my mentors, the late Judge Otis Higgs, indicated that he had to jump under a desk because the Negroes pulled pistols on each other at that NAACP meeting over the issue of whether King was supposed to come or not. King was supposed to be staying at the Rivermark Hotel, which was the flagship for the Holiday Inn, but they moved him to the Lorraine Motel, which was a whorehouse. It was an hourly rate hotel. It was on the whole track, and it was rampant prostitution in there, and it was what it was. I know that because I knew the owner. And matter of fact, myself and some other people had several meetings with him. He was going to sell the Lorraine Motel, and it was my suggestion to make a museum out of it. And then A.W. Willis drew up the paperwork, and he was a damn good attorney, and he had been one of those who got some of the film that had to deal with Emmett Till's body down in Mississippi out of the state and to the governor of Illinois, along with a lawyer named Russell Sugarman. Both of them now dead. But anyway, A.W. finished up all the paperwork, got back to his office, and collapsed and died 4 days later. So here's what it is, but that's the story of the Lorraine Motel. By the way, the Memphis Homicide Squad for MPD, Memphis Police Department, was adamant that Ray was not the gunman. Ray wasn't even in Memphis on the day in question. But the prosecutor's office was adamant that they were going to charge him. Now, they keep saying self-confessed killer of King. He denied it over and over and over again, and the judge in question, the late Preston Battle, who had the case before I did, said the ballistics tests were inadequate and ordered the rifle retested, but it never got tested. I ordered it retested, and when I had it retested, it was excluded from being the murder weapon. But we found out later that the FBI had been supplied with weapons that were identical in characteristic to what actually did kill King. So there you go. And J. Edgar Hoover, by the way, was a black man passing for white. If you ever see any early pictures of him, there's no question of what he is. And he and his family got run out of Louisiana by the Klan for passing for white, and he hated the Klan for the rest of his life. Wow, we whoopee.
The last thing I want to ask you, and I got to ask you about this, man. Thinking about your show, this is probably the most legendary episode of your show, man. Hey, Blake, show Judge Joe Brown this picture, man, for he can remember the episode.
Yeah, look, let me say this. We had 52 weeks of new production every year. And there were 5 days where we showed the new production, 2 cases per day, and that was for 15 years. So that's several thousand cases. I remember that one is real, and as a matter of fact, what we were doing was binding contractual arbitration under California law, under their arbitration, mediation, and judicial statutes. In 2000, the Supreme Court of California issued a 23-page written opinion behind somebody suing us, and they declared that we were doing official arbitration under California law. It was enforceable under California law. I had the authority to find somebody in contempt and have them confined. And since my bailiff, Miss Holly at the time, had done 20 years as a real bailiff down in San Diego, she still kept her authority after doing that time, and she could administer oaths. So everybody was actually subject to penalties of perjury. And in 2007, the United States Supreme Court, ruling on the issue of binding contractual arbitration, said it was done pursuant to the U.S. Arbitration Act of 1928, and it was enforceable anywhere in the country, so it was real. Now, what actually went on is the cases were quite a bit longer than the 7 minutes you actually saw on air. Every half hour, there were 14 minutes of program and 16 minutes of commercial, and it took longer than 7 minutes to tape this stuff because I gave them a fair hearing, and we actually had the hearing. Now, it was real, and what you saw wasn't really as wild as what goes on in a real courtroom. Most people don't get that. See, one of the reasons that the TV genre became so popular is because it struck a chord in America. Alexis de Tocqueville wrote a treatise called Democracy in America in 1843, and he said, unlike Europe, in America, the entertainments are not the opera, not the ballet, not the concert, not the play. The entertainments are the courts, where there's oratory, drama, intrigue, suspense, and Americans flock to their courts to be entertained. I know when I was a lawyer, I would try cases in upcountry Tennessee where they had these huge courtrooms that would seat 250 people at a time, 300, and they would have them full, and if the weather was nice, they would have loudspeakers, and people would have picnics out on the town square that was adjacent to the courtroom. So you'd have a couple of thousand people out there listening to the proceedings. And that's kind of why these court programs came to being popular, and they de-escalated soap operas from primacy down to something else. But what you saw on the show, no way was as amusing or as drama-filled as some of the stuff in the courtroom. I can remember, look, okay, before they got all the DNA stuff, let's take a paternity case, okay? I never lost one, and I remember trying one. And this woman had been in the 7th grade for 5 years. So she had made a big issue about my client supposedly knocking it up in the 7th grade, which looked bad, right? So my question to her on cross-examination was going to be, ma'am, please, ma'am, isn't it a fact that you were in the 7th grade for 5 years? She said, when I got, ma'am, please, ma'am, isn't it a fact? She says, all right, I slept with those 8 guys you've got out in the hallway. I admit it. I said, what 8 guys? He said, hell if I know. But she did that. So it got into a little further. Ma'am, please, ma'am, isn't it a fact that you had sex with 3 young men that evening? That's a lie. It was 9 of them. I know how many I can handle. So this went on. So when we got through and it went to final argument, I said, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be the shortest argument of my career. When you lay down in a bed of thorns and roll over, it's awful damn hard to tell which one stuck you. Thank you. We rested. The judge charged the jury. They got up, walked down toward the jury room, and then the bailiff came back, Your Honor, they seem to have a problem. The judge got up to go look. He said, there's a problem. He said, we've got a verdict. The judge said, you haven't even been in the jury room yet. He said, well, we got a verdict. He said, well, who's the foreman? He said, I'll be the foreman. Everybody said, okay, write it up. So they came back and they walked my client. But see, everybody in the courtroom was laughing. I remember another time, it got so absolutely ridiculous, I had this dilemma. I said, if I take a breath, I'm going to bust out laughing, which I can't do. And if I don't breathe, I'm going to pass out. What am I going to do? The jury is trying to not snicker too loudly about what's going on. So I said, I know, I'll write recess on a yellow pad. Now, I'm a certified master diver, but I was running out of air about then, so I was trying to figure out how to spell recess. So I couldn't remember, so I just said, we'll take a break, and held the pad up, and everybody started laughing and ran out of the courtroom back to the jury room. Or one case, I had a dingbat lawyer in there, and she's prancing around, and she lays all of the evidence out on the floor between the jury box, which was across from the judge's bench, and me, and she comes up to where the clerks are, and she was really being ignorant. And the clerk said, John, I said, let her go. I got to see what happens with this. So she stands up on the clerk's desk, right? And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, they're trying to get my client to take a dive. And she does this perfect swan dive off. It hits the floor. Splat. Ooh. Ma'am, Officer Duckett, would you please check counsel? She seems to have knocked herself out. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we will take a recess at this time, and somebody call 911 and get her up off of the floor. Or how about this one? Everybody in the courtroom, including the judge and the prosecutors, are ignoring the testimony of the witness. The witness is ignoring the testimony. There's only one person in the whole courtroom that's paying attention to the testimony. That's this big, heavy-set woman right in the middle of the front row in the jury box. And she's got on one of these granny dresses, floor length, elastic bodice, and she's big, and she's got everything stuck out to here. Why are they not paying attention? There is this huge, monstrous water bug that escaped from Jurassic Park that is walking on the ceiling. And everybody is, oh, what is that? Looking at it, except this one big, heavy-set lady. And the bug loses its grip. It drops down into her bodice. It sounds like Apollo 13 taking off, going to the moon. She launches up athletically and hurdles over the railing and lands plunk on the floor, does 3 pivots on one shoulder like the Three Stooges, and then faints. All of these cops run in with drawn guns for the screaming. And this damn bug runs out, and the cops draw down on the bug, and everybody stands up on the seats while this thing disappears. So the judge is cool. He said, we'll stand in recess. So meanwhile, they bring 911 in here. While they're waiting on 911, they got 3 cops ringing this woman with the guns drawn in case the denizen from Jurassic Park returns. So when they get there, it takes 5 people to get this big woman up on the gurney, and her arms keep dropping. So they keep pulling arms. And meanwhile, they're guarding for the return of this thing that came out of an alien movie. Things like that happen in the real courtroom. Or you remember this thing in Justice for All where the guy was throwing the plates?
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, I'm in the courtroom. I'm a lawyer. It's motion day. There was this idiot who was a city attorney that everybody loved to hate, including the judge. The judge had been involuntarily confined in a mental institution for 2 years, which everybody knew about, but he'd gotten over it, and he got mad at this guy. And let's say his name was Tag. He said, "You son of a bitch, How dare you? And he had 6 volumes of law books up there, big green ones, and he threw them at the guy, and the guy's dug it under the table. So the judge was pretty spry. He vaults over the front of his bench and is down low throwing the books at the lawyers. So he grabs a whole set of the files for the motions that are supposed to be heard that day. He starts throwing them at this guy, chases him out the courtroom door, down the hallway. We're on the 3rd floor. Everybody runs after to watch the action, down the stairway, throwing these frisbee like files, chases him out the front door and a block down the main street, throwing these files at him like it's a frisbee, and the clerk's trotting along, picking up the files off the ground. Now, that was going on. That's for real. Or Lawyer Brown, you got $50 in your pocket? Well, yes, sir, I do. Can I borrow it? Well, yes, sir. I'm going to punch this son of a bitch right in the goddamn mouth. I need a bond money. It's the judge. Or Attorney Williams, you got a problem with the coat, sir? Yes, sir. Sure do have a problem with the goddamn coat. Well, we can settle this man to man. Sure can, Your Honor. How about at Benton's Pub? Let's say at 4:30 for a happy hour. And before they built the courtroom thing that they've got down there, it used to be a bunch of bars and pubs where it is. These old guys got out there, took the coats off, ties off, and they punching it out. They could throw down, you know. So they were putting on a pretty good fight for about 5 minutes. So you guys are going to have a heart attack. So they shook hands. We'll buy the beer. Come on in, everybody. Hey, beer on us. That's the way they used to roll. I mean, so, you know, this stuff you see these days, these folk are so goddamn uptight and sissified, they don't get it. It's like, there used to be a different kind of day where you get a whole different atmosphere about the way it runs. You son of a bitch, take the jury out. What the hell do you think you're doing up in here? Excuse me, Your Honor, but we trying to put on a defense. Does the court want to object to us putting on a proper defense? Hell no, son of a bitch. But God damn it, warn me when you're going to do some shit like that. This is how it be going on. So anyway, I had one famous argument, another one. I had a client who was charged with first-degree murder. His 4 co-defendants are sitting on death row to this day. He didn't do a damn day in jail after I got him out. I engineered getting the trial taken out of this evil son of a bitch's courtroom and put it in a fair judge's courtroom, and the main witness was a prostitute. So I had all these women on the jury. I picked them. I wanted them to be 45 years old, black or white. I didn't care so long as they went to church. Why? My client could take the witness stand, and his daddy was a very popular preacher who the women thought was fine as the devil. So he comes in and out the courtroom. He's sharp. Tall guy with vine down shirt, perfect linen, good ties, you know, and he was looking sharp. And all the ladies going, oh, yeah, they were smiling. So I put and then they had this prostitute who was the witness. She walked in where she kept having to pull her top together because she was flashing. Little short skirt with a lot of thigh. I had 10 women on the jury, 2 guys, and what wound up happening is when I put my client on the stand, he could testify. I said, who is that distinguished gentleman walking in and out of the courtroom? Oh, that's my dad. That's Reverend so-and-so. All of it was like, ooh, you know, damn. So I set this up, and the final argument was, ladies and gentlemen, I'm finally going to conclude here. I haven't been long. You've heard the evidence, and I don't even sum it up. It boils down to a swearing match, ladies and gentlemen. Who are you going to believe? Or the son of a preacher man? Defense rest. They didn't even say out 30 minutes before they walked him. So, you know, it's like stuff like that goes on for real in a courtroom. People have no idea.
Facts. A very insightful interview, man. We got to run this back real soon, man.
All right. I'm out of here. I ain't got to go. This has been Judge Joe. Call me when you can. I'm the one that ran. Get back. I give those slack as I go into my egg. Get down. Brown is roaming about town. If you step down and you see the right angle, you see that space between the soles of my feet and the planet Earth. I don't walk. I float. I fly. I have come as promised and prophesied. If you touch me, you'll see your senses deceive you not, because I am real. I have manifested in the flesh. Come fly with me and I'll make it all right for thee. You put your favorite body part on your favorite radio or device and you will feel healing, health flowing through you, wisdom and discernment as you get into what we do, as you leave and float off the firmament. This is Joe on the go.